So Char, what you're looking at is the standard is 12% of the tonnage of the frame. If you pick a different frame metal, that tonnage percentage changes. So you take your tonnage, multiply it by the number, and you go to the armor chart. Whatever number after that percentage multiplier is left, you multiply that against the flat number, the armor rating of whatever metal you picked. That's armor applied to all parts of the mech. If you multiply that by 7, that's representing leg, arm, back, torso, head. That gets you your maximum total armor weight. And as long as you don't go above that, you can shuffle the numbers around of the armor on your mech. So I'll write that out for everyone. But that's the math. It's 3 multiplications. 2 of them mostly, but yeah. All right. See what you got, Jackie.
Sorry, I was just making a macro for coin toss.
Pulling up. Oh, when did I plot this? DTA plans for Cha-Cha. We got DTA plans for we got DTA plans for Johnny. And there we go.
So there's an additional 1. And so I rolled a 1. Okay. So with that, perfect practice makes perfect comes in. I don't know if you just want to make that an inspiration of some kind, but single digit. So I get 3 from that one. I don't pass the 78, so that's done. And then I'll roll for my other ones. It's going to be /R D100 for the other ones.
Yeah. It'll be Potentia. Inspiration. And since it's perfect practice make perfect, you get an additional 1. So it's pretty straightforward. What the kind of concepts that you kind of had the inspiration for. It's actually about putting your inner mech together. First process is actually absorbing your suit, your second skin. You need to absorb it.
Okay.
Completely understand it, integrate it as a second set of skin, but also kind of part of the armor. It doesn't need to be done quickly because you want to understand every single facet of that suit, so that at any point in time you can just regrow the armor instead of, in case you lose the arm. Sure, you can get your armor back if you you get the materials for it, but you can then regrow it out of the nano clusters if you know actually how to, if you know everything about it. So, and also it would be really good if you built a mini fabricator inside you, so that you can have it print hard to replicate materials, or materials that your nanos uh, can't seem to mimic or repair.
I figured that would come in hand with the nano recycler.
Yeah, your nanos have a basic fabricating ability. This would just a dedicated fabricator would give you a lot more.
To tell you,
What I was saying, Matt, is I figured the liver, the nano recycler, would be that eventually. What you're saying is you have a new organ, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, for nano, there is dedicated fabricators for producing nano forged equipment.
Yeah.
And it's not the cradle either. Then okay.
No, your cradle is it produces more nano, but it doesn't produce. It's not a nano forge.
Okay.
Where it yeah.
That's part of the reason I want to hit the nano department on the first Friday, because then I can just actually get us some fab units without having to try to build them myself, because they're nigh impossible to build.
They're kind of annoying to build. All right.
So is that for both? Or is that just one inspiration?
That's for both. I gave you both. The first one was eat your suit. The other one was the nano protector.
Sounds good.
Warhammer, your
Hmm?
weapon points is incorrect. Your armor, if you look at the further onto the right as you scroll over for your recycled series steel, you scroll over the right, there's a weapon pull modifier that gives you more weapons or weapon pull points. So it should be
I didn't
plus
see
4.
that. Okay. 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 But everything else was correct?
I'd have to look over it a lot more.
No worries.
Yeah, but it looks pretty okay. Yeah, that'd be about right. Yeah, the frame. Okay. Let us continue the trek. All right, we're on day 2. We ended up actually we're on day 3, right? Because we ended it.
No.
No.
We're halfway through day 2.
All right. Let's start it off then. Anyone have anything pressing, or do we are just doing just research?
I'm gonna be visiting a couple of people, and that's it.
All minds research.
All right, research. Cody,
Cultivating.
cultivating.
Yep.
Jackie.
Mine's already done per se. It's the only thing I needed to do left was the last of the external, but the rest of it's just body cultivation, potential internal body
Okay.
regulation, right?
Yep. Who are you meeting?
I've got to go to the Scouting Legion.
Okay. You go to Scout Legion.
Yep.
Yo.
I need some programs.
All right. What are you looking for?
Scanning tech, sweep programs, any kind of analysis type shit.
Here, I'll get you. Just give me a few minutes. I'll get that copied. and he tells you it'll take about 30 minutes for it to be spun through,
Yep. No worries.
and it'll be sent to your office because they need to spin up new copies through a quantum computer, and they'll have to activate the quantum computer. It'll be sent over in a couple hours because it
All right. Cool.
has to manufacture. They don't have any extra just floating around because they're technically agents. The programs, they're hard to make. So yeah, they have the blueprint. It won't take as much time, but they'll send it right over anything they got, and if they'll ask around if anyone has something special. So
Okay.
and we'll
Cool.
see if we
Cool.
can see if you're interested. So all right,
Definitely. Thank
anything
you
else for the
much.
Scouting Legion?
Nope.
Okay.
From there, he's heading back to the Oddballs.
All right. Ah, Mr. Banshee, back again.
Yep. Same day. Yep. I know. I realized my earlier wording was incorrect. I need engineers.
Okay, are you looking for a mechanical engineer, a mech building engineer?
I'm looking for mechanical and drone engineers.
As in they build them or maintain them or repair them. Like there's designers, and then there are
The correct answer here is yes. I have a vague idea that I need built.
So you need a builder. An engineer is fine, but you need a specialist, of course, for
Yes.
drones.
Yes, and I need a team to put it together.
Unfortunately, our drone specialist had been picked up by another individual. You may actually know them. They picked up our only drone design specialist. Unless it's for, is it around mechs or is it not, or is it a non-mech related?
It's a non-mech related.
Ah, a robotics specialist. We can get you that. We definitely will have a robotic specialist. So many people just don't appreciate the robotic specialist these days. Ah, you actually have a couple to pick from. They're the ones looking for work. And I'll slide over the tablet for you. And there are two profiles that you can pick. One guy is a very heavy set, very, very muscular man. He looks old, actually, which is rare. Kind of looks from Duke's kind of wheelhouse. And in his picture, he just looks peakly annoyed. He's an old school engineer. He knows a lot about the old stuff, how to fix it, how to take it apart, knows most of that stuff. But he has two quirks. One, he doesn't like to work with people. He just wants to sit in his workshop and he likes to work. It's not that he's slow, it's just and whatever he builds usually is very expensive because he hates working with new stuff. He always says that stuff always breaks. So he likes to build it out of the old stuff. And he always bills you for it. You're not sure where he finds it, but he bills you. Current market value for Lost Tech.
Oh, dear God.
But everything he makes is top tier. And he his motto is built to last. Like it should be.
Okay. And the other one?
The other guy's a jury rigger. He is notorious for cutting corners, but it always seems to work. It's not the complete opposite, but the guy is able to make things work when parts just don't exist. He always finds a bypass. He always finds some sort of way to cut corners on specific standards without having it affect the overall performance of the device. So he's very much a penny pincher. And even if you give him the full schematic of something and give him all the parts, he will somehow find a way to use 15% less of the parts so that he can put that away either for himself or have emergency parts or something. But he's really, really brilliant, and people absolutely hate that he does this jury rigging thing. But his build times are off the charts, and he doesn't mind working with other people. He loves large, more modern workshops, but he also has worked in the the outer sphere, repairing ships and mechs and starfighters, even where parts are considered numerous and well stocked. He still does this thing. So it makes repairs a nightmare because when somebody opens something up, it's like, where's the carburetor? How do I fix this? It was working with, well, I took out a third of the parts because they weren't necessary. Slowed the thing down. Why? Didn't need it. It's over-engineered piece of crap, so I made it engineered, not over-engineered.
That'll get him shot in the salvager bay.
That would get him shot, yes.
So
he does have a few incident reports from his time in the outer sphere. One in particularly which is sometimes when he builds something or prepares something or whatnot, and he does the jury rigging thing, sometimes he removes a redundancy, which is really important in military vehicles. But it's when he rolls a 100. He's absolutely brilliant. He cannot fail on a roll unless it's a 100, and if it does, it ends up being a mutation instead. Something wild happens, but he also removes some other redundant important feature. So when it breaks, there's no backup. And you're like, balls.
So first, he's going to.
You wanted oddballs.
Yeah. First, he's going to set up an interview with the old man.
Okay. He's in his workshop. You can go at any time.
He'll just head straight over because I've got the time set aside to do this shit.
Yeah. Takes you about a couple minutes. You get over. His is very centrally located. He has a very pristine, very clean. Everything is mise en place. Everything in its place. There's not a straight bolt. There's not a straight anything. Yeah. Yada yada yada. And this bear of a man kind of just looks over. Welcome to my shop. What can I help you today?
I'm looking to hire. I've got a need and a vague plan and the process of getting the programs I need for it to work.
Here's my contract. You may have as much time as you'd like to look it over. And the second form or for amendments to the contract, in case you need, I will then counter review. And when we're both satisfied, I will either decline or accept.
He's just gonna have to sit down and start going over this because he's
Roll,
on a
do you
timetable.
have I think it's only logic, unless you have a specialty specifically towards that.
I feel like I should, but I don't.
Yeah, it'd just be logic for you. Okay. Looking it over, he values his work highly, and there are several clauses specifically in there about basically shifting the blame off of if he fails to do something. Yes, he'll get it done, but he has the ability to tell you if things were not going to get done in a specific time. If he does make a failed attempt, he's only liable for a percent of the parts that were used. It puts a lot of risk money-wise on you and off of him. And a lot of it is when he picks up parts, you get the bill. Fortunately, it's in comparison to the current market value, so it's not arbitrary costs. He just refers it to literally the market, which is, you could just look that up. So it makes parts ludicrously expensive, but he gets his hands on it anyways, and he only charges you market price rather than how much it would cost to get it from a dealer and a middleman. So yeah, but unless you have very like actual specifications with schematics already behind them, you just tell him kind of what you want on a form and you fill it out, and then he builds it the way he thinks it should be built and then gets you your product there. And there are bonuses and clauses that allow him to break away even in the middle of from employment, even in the middle of a project. But he does then, there's a forfeiture on his part for cost.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very professional contract that takes a lot of the risk, almost all of the risk, off of him and puts it on the guy who's employed.
Which is reasonable for this kind of thing.
Well, you're wanting him to build shit. Enigmatics are a lot more trusting, and they're very punctual. This guy, any deadline you give him is not a fixed deadline. It is a suggested deadline. He'll get it to you when he gets it to you around that deadline area. Sometimes he gets it to you early. Sometimes it's late because you wanted it at a short deadline. Well, he wasn't able to do it. You want it done right, or you can go to a jury rigging kid. He'll get it done. Yeah. It's the cost of quality is what you're paying for.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Which is what I need at this point.
Yeah, it's the price, time, and quality. You can only pick two.
No, I already accepted the fact that
Yeah.
the standard cost for building these drones would be 50 to 100 credits.
Yeah.
But I already expected to be able to be paying about $500,000 for them.
Right. It's not going to be that bad, but he's going to use old parts. It'll make them hell of a lot sturdier.
It'll just put the addendums that he needs,
Which are
the standard addendums that he has to put in everything because this is his business and it falls under the ACE umbrella.
Yeah, okay.
It's just, he tacks on the paperwork that has to be signed for him to work for me.
Yep. All right, you done them? Any secrecy stuff?
For this particular thing,
Mhm.
he's going to request a secrecy clause up until the battle is over.
Done. He will not
Because
talk to any of his engineering buddies unless it literally is about a very specific part that he needs help machined, or if he needs somebody to help with the design.
Yep.
But it's not about the whole picture of what he's building, just individual parts. He does need to be able to do that.
Oh yeah, and that's fine. It's just what he's building and what they're for is.
Yep.
Yeah.
He'll sign on with you, and he will ask you immediately to go over to. He actually has an actual whiteboard, an old one, not one of the virtual ones. Write down all the words on the whiteboard. You would describe this, do a general design, put all the requirements of what it's supposed to do. Once you're done, go about your business, and he'll build it.
And I'd been working on this for a while, so he'll just fill out the board.
It also has, you could flip it, and there's more room on the back too.
Yeah. He just fills out the plans of what programs are going to be in it, what it needs, the fact that once it's done, he will be infusing it with Potentia to reinforce certain aspects, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Yeah. And he kind of nods. Okay. Thank you for picking my humble business. I look forward to getting you your product.
He's just like, the first two I will request as soon as possible, as what I'm going for has a expiry date.
I charge expedition fees. So expediting.
I realized and noticed.
I'll get to work on the first model. Once I have the first one done, making additional ones, it will be significantly faster.
I have a coworker who will be working on the programming. He will probably
Then
contact
I will be
you to
saved an
let you know.
incredible amount of time.
Yeah, he
I
will
would like the
probably.
OS as soon as possible,
I
but
would.
the rest of the programs doesn't matter.
I'm heading to him shortly. He will probably be contacting you with that info, or I will soon.
It doesn't
And-
need to be a very fancy OS. It just needs to be something that I can test the machinery with.
Yep. And from there, he's heading to the Voidwalkers, because the only thing he needed to ask about from our Voidwalker, the head one, is if there were any codes that the Voidwalker knew of or could give him that would allow him to access the Spectrum files to get this specific material. The thing that'll, if she's got any codes that'll get him what he needs to access that algorithm, you know?
So I'm giving you his EI. Okay. This is the guy you just talked to. Sorry. Heinrich Volstrock.
Okay,
He's your engineer.
gotcha. Noting it down.
Yep. Because names are good. All right. So you're going to the Voidwalkers for. Sorry, you'll have to repeat that.
He's trying to see if the Voidwalker has any codes for getting access to that particular formula he needs.
You'll have to enlighten.
For manufacturing the gas.
Oh, the formula. Yeah, it'd be on the ship. Or on that data, the hard drive that the person took.
Yeah, no. What I'm asking is if you have any codes for accessing it or anything.
It'd be on the ship. Shuttle we came in. There should be an emergency black box, a ghost box, so to speak. It keeps all current codes. Well, current back then, but it would keep a series of encrypted access codes for most technology that would come out of that base. It's hidden in there. And there is a kill program attached to it for safety and security reasons, but just knowing it's there is most of the battle in the first place. So it'd be on the shuttle. If you get the black box, you may not think it's anything weird about it, but there's the lower part of the black box actually is unscrewable. If you have one of those amulets, and then you can literally get access to that box. You just have to bypass the security program, and you have all the codes. Or at least that's what I remember.
Okay, then I will have to talk to Cody and Luna about that.
That should do it. That was specifically put in there, from what I remember, for emergency evacuation. You get your VIPs on your shuttle, and you just leave. with whatever hard drives you have on you. With it, and if you don't have the security codes from the right people, because you had to leave certain people behind, well, now you have the encyclopedia of codes on that ghost drive, so that you're not locked out of your own stuff.
Got it. Got it.
They are one-time use, and they do reset the codes. So it's a use that code. It's a one-time use. It never works again. But then it makes you reset the password and user login for getting access and whatnot. So it's yeah.
We will just make notes of that. Thank her. Let her know that he's doing what he can to get them something set up. And then he's rushing off to Luna. Stopping by his lab to grab the chunk of armor plating he needs.
Okay. You gotta get the armor plate, you give codes, and we're off to the races. For any more chats, or are we doing giant piles of research now?
That was it. I run by, drop this shit off to Luna, let her know what I need for the survey programs and yada yada yada, and pass the data off on my builder to Luna because she said
that I wanted to
to
see who's building.
background check it. Yep.
Yeah, because I'm gonna run him through like Stormfront files and stuff. He's an older guy. Find out if there's anything we should know about him.
Oh, for Heinrich?
Yeah.
He was part of the old Royal Engineering Corps before Stormfront came around and said, "All right, none of this separate military shit. You're under the Stormfront now." And he's like, "Works for me." So he's been an engineer since the war. He's never been in cryo. He barely ever takes the rejuve stims. He's done frontline engineering, or he's a frontline combat engineer as well, but he's mostly just kept to himself working on his projects. He has an antique and restoration business as his official front on Enigma, and he does ship stuff there to be sold by his family at the Mosaic markets.
So he has a family, huh?
Yeah, full family.
Right.
He got married almost a century ago. He has 2 kids. He has a little bit of family drama. One of his kids is a failure in his eyes because has no interest in the family business. The other one is his favorite son because he runs the shop. He does the engineering stuff. He has an engineering degree. The other son is more obsessed with going out and partying every single night with his friends. He wants to be an influencer.
Yes, teenagers.
They're not teenagers. No.
Well,
these guys are over 50.
Children. All of them.
The adults get to play on the home world while children go to war.
Yeah, basically.
Hmm.
Does he look like he has the right qualifications to actually build what we're trying to build here?
Yeah, easily. He would actually be a really good individual to have look at all of the old world stuff that you pull out of those ashes to ashes crates. Once you get it all secured and safe, he would be able to tell you what everything is in those crates.
Oh, there's a lot of things he would be very good for.
Why do you think I instantly hired him?
He's very expensive though. Like he's a shrewd businessman. He charges Nix, I forgot to tell you his salary. He charges per hour. He charges 750 cred an hour of work.
Okay, that's insane, Blatt.
Yeah. But he doesn't work 24 hours a day. He works about 8 or 9. Takes a break. expediting, it just means he works more. And there's a flat cost at the end for the expediting. And yes, he's very expensive. But whenever you don't have him working on something that's yours, you don't have to pay him. He's just he's part of your business, but you don't have to pay him every single hour. But it's only when he's working on something.
He's a subcontractor.
Yeah, he's a subcontractor.
So rather than working for you full time, he's a subcontractor.
Yes.
So
He's very cautious about being under the umbrella because he's probably got burned before. And he doesn't. And there's a lot of clauses in the contract that allow him to just get out. There has to be conditions, and there is a penalty for him leaving, especially in the middle of a project. But
he protects himself.
He protects himself.
Yep. No.
But
Nix respects that. It's I've got enough money. I mean, I can easily afford that. That's
So you won't have to pay him 24 hours a day every single day. It's just when he's on a project, you only have to pay him 8 or 9 a day, 8 or 9 hours.
Yep. No, that's fair.
That does not charge you. That is not the cost for parts, though. But that comes at the very end of when he completes your project. He'll give you a bill. You have 2 weeks to pay him.
Yep. Fair enough. I'll deal with it.
I was immediately thinking I can use him for a few projects too, so him being subcontractor means I can hire him as well.
Okay.
I'll figure that out later. I think at this point we're at rolls.
Yep. Let's start with Cody Trachar.
Wednesday? Okay.
No, we're still on Tuesday.
I'm done with Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm the only one left with rolls on Tuesday.
Jackie, do you have stuff left on Tuesday? Okay.
Do you have anything left on Tuesday, rolls-wise, Nix?
No, I've finished all. That was everything that I needed to finish with that.
All right, let me roll the last of my things because I only have I did my first 10 already last week, so I just need to do the last 16 off my thing, and I'm done.
Okay.
We'll see.
Roll your base. You roll your base, and then the other 11.
15. 15, my man. I know what I've got for this. I got it written down. And this is me working on my spook cockpit, which I forgot to roll the unnaturals for. It's a 85 out of 65. I will accept that failure as it is. I don't fucking care. Let's see. I've got 1 single digit. And then 2 that are failures.
3 failures, I think.
Let me double check, but I think that's actually fine. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Throws off my math. Okay, I actually need to reroll a couple of these, maybe.
Repetition.
Hold on. So.
What's your game plan for the rerolls?
I'm just gonna slap a boon onto each of my failures. I just looked it over, and I need to succeed them to keep my timetable.
Okay. Anything about repetition?
You haven't been letting me use them on the mech building, so if you're willing to let me use them on the mech building, I'd rather use that.
What's your check marks for?
I've only got the 1 check mark in mech building still.
Okay.
And repetition. That's just if I continue working on the same
Yeah,
thing.
go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
And yeah. So I'll do my 3 re-rolls from repetition before I spend boons. Which I still
Nice.
fail the first. Actually, no, I get a plus 10 on my re-rolls. Never mind, I passed that first one. That
Okay.
clears me.
Cool.
Cool,
Matt, I have
done.
All right,
question.
Tuesday, done. So
After-
go ahead and,
after.
if you could, on each of yours, just do highlight your Monday and your Tuesday and do the dash out, the cross through.
Oh, sure.
And then it just helps with looking at it.
Figure out. I just need to figure out where I'm putting Mimi's Tuesday stuff because he didn't come to me about the other stuff until Tuesday, so into Tuesdays. I just gotta figure out where I'm putting Mimi's code stuff, but that's just me thing. You don't need to worry about that.
Have you guys? Okay, yep. Okay. Johnny's got his. Ogre, go ahead and dash out your Monday and Tuesday. So highlight it, and then do the dash through button.
Okay.
All right. Work for Johnny. You got a big work day.
I do
8
have a big
hours.
work tray. Yep. Sector 12.
Also, roll me the 1d100 for the warehouse.
Here's the warehouse. And do you want the Sector 12 one next?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. Tasty.
Yeah. So, what comes to the warehouse, there's a hypercapacitor. It's so large, you're not sure what type of weapon this would go on, and it would probably be with several others. But it's just a capacitor. Somebody was researching it and didn't file the paperwork properly. So it's in your hands until he gets it back, or you keep it.
Hypercapacitor, the thing for like Leah? That hypercapacitor?
No, this would be a weapon capacitor.
Oh, okay.
This stores charge, something you would see like in a Gauss rifle or Gauss cannon. But it's so ludicrously large. Not sure what that goes into.
Hmm.
Do you want to spend a little bit of time looking into it? Or-
Yeah, let's spend some of the Thank you, Allegro. So I'd be spending downtime actions out of my my day, correct?
Out of your 8. Out of
my
your 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just spend 2 hours to, or
Okay.
sorry, two downtime actions for it.
Talking with the guy who is panicked about losing it, and Victor Von Montague helping with the paperwork, you find that this is lost tech, old tech from one of the not here for the salvage site. This came back from one of the sites on Enigma. One of the vaults got opened a long time ago, so it's old news. There was a ludicrously large rail cannon for point defense. It would be a light naval Gauss cannon.
Sure.
It is. There were problems with it, massive problems with it, but there was a lot of really good tech in it, specifically these capacitors. The overall design of the gun was bad, but there was a lot of perfectly fine technology in it, and this is what he got his hands on it. So,
I'll see if he wants to work for me instead.
he'd love to working for the base commander, especially the one in charge of all the stuff. Hire him up. Victor Von Montague will work out the
Excellent.
the hiring clauses for you, and then
Okay, that means I have 6 more hours in Sector 12.
roll me 1d4 because you rolled in the super nice bracket for
The super
what can
nice
be
bracket
found.
with the super nice place. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. There is a sub-department found.
Oh,
Yeah. Sub-department, because you guys were looking for the security stuff, right? Well,
I
where
mean,
did all
we're
the robots come from?
fair.
Talking like the doghead laser robot,
Mm-hmm.
the dual Gatling bruiser robots. You guys haven't found the department where those were manufactured or constructed or designed. One of your guys thinks he found it. It's kind of weird. The hallway has the way it's designed is some sort of optical illusion, and you can walk by an open literally hallway multiple times without even seeing that there's a door there. He only found it by accidentally dropping some stuff, and one of the parts rolled into the open hallway. And he's like, "Why didn't that hit a wall? Oh, that's not a wall. That's a hallway." So found
Oh,
one
I
of the
could
sub
do it.
departments, the
Nice.
robotics department.
I was looking for that one.
I'll give Luna a ping. Tell her about my finds.
That I have already given you basically what her answer is. I was looking for that
Yep.
one.
Yep, I just thought I'd get it out of the way.
Hey man, it's been found now. We can
Mhm.
we'll be able to do our raid then.
Hmm.
That actually, if we get that secured, that solves a lot of the security problems that are left in Sector 12.
It really does.
So my
might just be-
job for the next 6 hours then is to secure that place.
It is chock full of security, and it's an active sub department. It is currently in full manufacture, as in it's building robots and deploying them.
I figured.
It's slow because there's only one production line still working, but it's putting more doghead robots together.
Huh.
And the incoming laser fire nearly kills a couple people on the first attempt at taking.
That's why I'm the vanguard.
They nearly cook off the full front plate of your armor, and your whole system goes, "Oh fuck," because that's a lot of heat. That's a stupid amount of heat.
Before you sacrifice people to it, there's a reason I was going to hit the nanite department next.
Mhm.
Because if we get control of the nanites, I can use them to hit departments like this in ways they can't easily defend against.
Hmm.
So if you don't want to put personnel into the line of fire for it, then we could wait until
Well,
Friday.
he's got a bunch of Iron Eaters who are literally ready for a fight. They're kind of they're like, "Get me in there."
I'm just saying.
I know. But yes, you could do the easy way where no one gets hurt,
Or the Iron Eater
or
way.
the Iron Eater way.
I see this as cultivation. So we have my new body regulation for the plus 30 heat reduction, as well as my my force fire ability.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna roll for the front door guard upon fire upon seeing you. Let's we have pretty good targeting systems. Hit. Actually, a miss and a hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Allie would be so kind to remove this from my body. Thank you kindly for the ice cream.
Nope. Right. Game. One, 2, 3.
Are you putting zeros on the end of those?
No.
No damage.
Yeah. There is an AD. They have an AD of 5 per laser. Lasers are also invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, you don't have normal eyes, so you just see scorching hot beams slap into you. But you're going to lose 15 armor Looks like.
It doesn't go through my soak, Matt. But yeah, okay.
Because you haven't absorbed your second suit.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't go through your soak, so you don't take damage, but your second skin gets cooked. But
Good.
it's not
I
too
think
hard.
that's cultivation for the Iron Eater's technique anyway. The more it gets damaged and after
Yep.
it's remade, so.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll 3 cultivation rolls, because this is not something you've done. You haven't practiced
Sure, here's my
overheating
base.
and then cooling down.
And then /R2. 16 is a pass. I'm not including anything for my Q because I figure she's doing her own thing, so it's just my base intelligence.
Mm-hmm. So you'll get a servant's dilemma. Cultivation.
Okay. Let's put that into.
The scars the lasers leave on the walls is pretty. A phone call? Oh my god. But what is it? There's a spam.
Let's put that into weapon skill, Matt.
Okay. Weapon skill?
Yes. Internal potential, right?
Hmm. Since Ezekiel didn't do it and you haven't perfected it yet, but you do have quite a bit of inspiration for Potentia. Do you want to use any inspiration for Potentia to?
No, I'm just looking for a little bit anyway, so it's gone.
Okay. Roll me 1d6. Go ahead and have 4.
Cool.
Kunk. Ow! All the other guys take cover like, oh, Jackie, why aren't you taking cover? Cover? I am the cover.
Yeah, really though.
All right. Your Iron Eaters will disable because they know this is a reclamation, not a destruction. They'll disable the dog heads.
Okay.
One is more messy, and a little bit more messy in the disable, like rip the head off type thing. But yeah, securing the robotic sector will take the rest of the morning. Mostly it's cataloging, flushing out any robots, somehow figuring out how to turn off the stupid production line.
I have time set aside for official business for the day, so I'll use my official business to head over there and shut it down for them.
Awesome. Appreciate that.
Okay. Production lines shut down. Defense systems are handled or turned off.
Which I'll just get the controlling AI under control using my rewrite program.
Mhm.
My personality thing, yeah.
So there's 2 prizes in here. It's a Manufactorum, which also produces the bruisers. Those are unfortunately the production line for that manufacturing line is not in operation. So only the doghead one is. But that's in perfectly good operation. You can literally have this thing start churning out the robots once you reconfigure protection. They're not the best robots, considering they're carrying technically an experimental weapon platform, but they're pretty damn lethal.
Noticeably useful.
All right. There is a hard drive for all of the robotic schematics on there, including that weapon. It's called a glass laser.
Oh, cool.
It is the tier above purple.
And that's why it's invisible?
Yes.
Nice.
And its heat is insane.
Yes.
Hey, I can remove the silver dog from my deconstruction list.
Yeah. Hey, that's
I've
pretty
got
good.
the blueprints now.
Nice.
Yeah, you have all the blueprints. You also have the blueprints for murder well, most of the blueprints for the murder bot that you
Which one? There's
Leah
two
one.
that I'm. The bladed one or the gun one? Because there's
the
two.
the bladed one.
All right. I never
Uh,
I hadn't messed with that one yet for like
the majority of the robot has been designed and hand built here. There's a big chunk in the schematics that just says Leah, and there's several annotations like Leah junk here. Don't look at it too hard. You might hurt yourself.
Don't look at that. You'll get yourself hurt.
Yeah, there's a lot of actual engineering annotations and witty comments. And for Echo 1, it's not the full schematic, but there are a lot of spare parts here for Echo.
I'll get Echo in for some repairs then. I don't know how many repairs Echo needs, but...
Too many cultivators in this room.
Yeah, I'm not doing it with people here.
Okay.
I'm going to get people shooed out so I can get her into a repair protocol, because I'm sure she needs some repairs.
Yeah. The robotics, it will take the rest of the morning just to go through it, catalog all the damage, catalog what works, catalog just what is what. This will be a lot of parts if you want to build drones that have all the computer parts in it for a robotic brain that you can use for drone production.
Where's he getting the material from is my question.
There's a massive stockpile.
Ooh.
It's mostly empty now, but there's a lot of really sophisticated computer parts in that stockpile. And robotics parts.
For the computer parts, I do need to go through those because there's certain parts I'm looking for that the Iron Eaters can't have listed for their own safety. Because I don't know if they're going to have them, but I want to double check just in case, because I'm looking for the Dynamium
chips. Okay.
Yes.
Roll me a luck. This would actually be one of the places you would have the higher chances of finding some. Yes, you
nice.
do. You find a smaller chest off the corner that has "Do not open."
Well, I can't read. Let's open it.
You'll find 4 old-style Dynaminium chips in perfect condition.
Alright. I'm looking for those, and I know that if anybody other than an investigator gets them, the other investigators have a habit of
Showing
marking
up and
them,
going, "Where'd you get it?"
and then marking you as having committed treason for something stupid.
Right.
And promptly
But if an investigator has their hands on it, they're like, at least one of the boys has it.
It's one of the boys. But also, I did know that like the facilities like these.
There is in a crate next to it, which is the other part of the 4, a series of small boxes, and inside are unused animatronics. There's 3 of them.
What, the frame?
Yep, the frame with the box and the brain box that does not have a chip in it, and the electric energy control module, like just ready to go.
So the only thing it's missing is the chip.
Right, which is where the chips are here. And the 4th box is actually a little larger. That is a full-on heavy animatronic combat frame without the brain chip. That does not have, by the manifest, that unit's not able to grow skin. The entire nano part in there is for repair only.
I found all sorts of classified in this room. Nice.
It's just all shoved in a corner under a tarp. Literally, somebody covered it.
How many chips was there?
4, and there are 4 bodies.
Okay. And 1 unused combat one, so I have
Oh,
1
there's 3
extra body.
unused infiltrators, 1 unused heavy combat one.
Oh, 3 infiltrators, got it.
Yeah.
Oh, infiltrators, not standard. Okay.
Yeah, they're infiltrators, which is your model.
Yes.
As for the rest, these are really sophisticated robot parts, even today. Because people have mostly kind of strayed away from building robots for a large number of things. It's a lot of people, a lot of personnel. Automation is extremely expensive, and when you have hands and skilled labor to do it, why do it? Most of it goes towards other means like building ships and starfighters and other weapons of war, or towards civilian ship design.
So I
And
have so I have cleared out. I will let Jackie know I've cleared out the things I needed to clear out as an investigator.
Mhm.
Pretty much all the rest of the parts here, as far as I'm aware, aren't anything that you guys need to worry about. So you can freely use them without us having to worry about somebody showing up trying to murder us over it.
Excellent.
between you and the base commander, or vice base commander Jackie, you guys need to decide how classified is the glass laser. How classified is it?
Oh.
Is it going to be? Are you going to allow it to be on open market and allow people to get their hands on it so that they can research it and maybe even do your work for you to make it a better weapon?
Actually, you know what? For the glass, would you mind, before we make a decision, if I look up to see what precedence there's already been set for these type of things on the
On your
investigator side?
investigator pals thing?
Sure, do it.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that to see how much trouble it's going to be long term.
You could also post it on your super secret friend only invite forum.
I'm starting by looking on the investigator side of things.
Um, Not much is said about it. Only because you have a big computer brain that you can go through into files.
hmm
Not only it either be so classified it doesn't exist, as in it's literally been censored, or the only mention you see of it is, an actual assassination attempt used by this potentially theoretically this laser. And the only reason you think it was this is because it is classified as a directional microwave cannon.
Okay, so that's our informational that we need for the investigator side, because that's what I'm worried about more than anything at the moment, because they're the ones that are going to be the biggest pain in their ass for sending.
The only thing you could possibly think that would be a problem is if the investigator who had this used against him, which was, he was somebody tried to assassinate him, which is, he ended up
Yeah.
dying later anyways. Investigator 13. There's no open investigation because he's dead, but he was, while alive, there was an open investigation into the weaponry used to find the damn thing. Because how dare you? How dare you try to kill me?
All right. So, Jackie, what do you think? Like, I don't mind since there's not apparently anybody who's going to actively come hunting us for it. I'm personally fine with making this a production model. They're extremely useful, even if they are energy intensive. But what do you think?
I think they're going to be great against the upcoming threats. I think it would be bad to give these out to the public either way, but I think we should do it anyway.
Well, if we want to have a more controlled release, then posting it to the chat group gives it a more. That's not so much as a release to the public as a release to a group of specialists.
Yeah, sure, let's do that.
Okay. Almost immediately, your purple laser guy, the one who posted the purple laser schematic, You get the what an over-engineered piece of crap.
Have you seen the heat requirements?
I'm looking at it right now.
Madness.
Utter
But
madness.
they'll cut through damn near anything.
Mm, yeah, no. This is a small laser.
As a note for damage qualities on them, it did manage to damage Ezekiel badly. If
Yep.
anybody knows who that is.
Yep. I know that asshole.
Promptly post video.
Ha ha. What an idiot. Anyways,
So,
Hold this here. Hold this here.
what?
Is this Shangri-La?
Who knows? I don't know if
I'm
Shangri-La's on this chat.
8%.
no, Shangri-La actually has a very flowery user profile name.
Wait, they are
And-
on this thing?
No, not on the private one. It's an invite only, but they are on the forum. But they like to talk about old books and philosophy and art and potentia discussions.
No, that's what I meant. The
course they are.
Shangri-La is on the chat. How? And this is how we find out Shangri-La is on the chat forum. Okay.
Well, it's just like, is that Shangri-La? And it's just like, let me check. And it's just literally master of the old ways.
Is that the username?
Yeah.
Check his IP.
And when you click on it, there's a subtext, like, and there's a haiku poem under for their profile description.
Nah, I'm not addressing this further. Yeah, I turned things completely back over to Jackie because that was the last of what I was worried about with this area.
Awesome.
But they're not on the special invite friends only. Base commander, who is on this, basically looks at it for quite a bit, and after an hour, their official opinion on it is actually pretty simple. Weapon's a weapon. If you think this weapon should not be in the hands of our soldiers, that will be your decisions because you have been given authority and decision making at the highest levels. If you do wish to make this available, do it in small controlled batches. Don't just flood the market with the schematic. Give it to specific groups who are well known for their safety practices
Not Cody.
and their meticulous understanding of laser technology.
Sorry, Cody, we're not giving you this.
No,
Look
that's
who's
fair.
come out of there, little.
As he's me talking to Rosie.
Sorry, she poked her head out of the thing, and I was like, "Oh, sorry, Cody." Yeah. The basic commander's permission. Just highly recommends you don't just Oprah this shit.
Let's just hand it to Chaotica and let it happen.
If Chaotica gets their hands on it before anyone else, they will put the schematic either in everyone's hands or they'll put it in the gotcha machine.
No, but seriously, like Jackie, do as you please now. I don't whatever.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. You can give it to some laser tech specialists.
Yeah, I was thinking Iron Eaters for sure. There's any laser tech specialists within the Iron
But
Eaters?
there are a lot of civilian non-Iron Eater laser tech specialists as well. So you guys can pick a bunch of teams and give them a new toy.
Actually, I do know one person I'm going to send it to because this might not be the best because of its heat requirements. It might not be the best for a lot of mechs. But you know what would be great as a point defense system for ships? I'm going to see if the Atlas Foundation wants a copy.
As they do.
I will give the Atlas Foundation a copy.
They're concerned with how much power it needs and how much heat it produces. They have no idea how they're going to implement it in its current state, but they cannot deny its output of damage and the fact that it's invisible, which is wild. Well, to the naked eye. To heat detecting systems, that thing is brighter than any of the other lasers.
Like a Christmas tree.
It is utterly wild. But they can't deny its damage, but holy crap.
What else you got, Jackie?
What was that?
What else you got?
For people to like have access?
No, I meant like your thing.
Oh,
stuff.
in for this area, I should be done my 8 hours. I think that's what Matt said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just 8 hours of you going over it. That'll be your whole day, though, at work. Your whole work day.
Yep.
And there's a lot more work to be done, but you officiating it, it only needs the rest of your work day, and then you hand it off to other managers.
Correct.
Okay. Depends on how hands-on you want to be, Luna, for beyond just the stuff you acquired.
Oh, I was leaving everything that to Jackie, so
Okay. Yep. Then
like otherwise,
you spend I think it was about 2 hours having to go down there
yeah,
and
that's
then
official
finding your little
workday
goodie
stuff.
basket.
That's a little workday stuff, and
Jackie, by the end of your workday, those robotics are really good for cockpit improvements and upgrades. Would it make any improvements to targeting systems, virtual AI programs? It's a lot of.
I was thinking
pure-
the Mickeys for the drone program. We'd be putting them in.
Yep. Actually, it would make the Mickeys little lethal, especially if you were to put something like an inescapable program on it.
Oh yeah,
Those
for sure.
missiles would be dangerous.
did I mention I had a plan, Jackie?
No. What do you mean,
I-
Luna?
I had a thought. I may or may not, within the near future, be gaining access to some nuclear armaments.
So
That would
you
be-
thinking like just landmines for them, or just like?
I was thinking we set up the Mickeys as drone units, as robot units, in formations, little teams scattered around, and have a couple nukes in each one of them. And when something like a predator goes and hits them, or in melee or the like, then we blow it up. And that makes it so the other predators just won't go near them. And then they can be these little missile platforms that the predators aren't willing to touch because there's nukes in them.
I was thinking if we threw like, I don't know, we get something that's really hot, right? And then we put the nukes on that. The
Yeah.
predators would want to go for that first, and
It's only going to work on the young predators, unfortunately.
Mhm.
The others will hesitate. But we'll guaranteed get at least one of the new breed predators out of it.
yeah,
Yeah,
I like
so
I like it a lot.
I thought you would enjoy it as well, and it makes it so the older breed will refuse to engage them. So then they just have to take on the regs, and at that point, it's the regs versus
A bunch of Leroys.
a bunch of Leroys with missile launchers that are just going to do what they want.
And they'll outrange the regs by a lot because they're LRMs.
And because they're robots, they're really, really difficult to stop functioning.
Yep,
Luna,
because you don't have to worry
Mhm.
about the health of the pilot.
do you have
Yes.
Volt Tech for your missiles? I know you got a little station up above.
Oh, sorry, the what now?
The Volt Tech missiles.
No, I don't have. I need to get more missile schematics. So if you're willing to donate some schematics to the production line,
I don't have schematics, but I have a product and I'll send the person that was working on it in your location.
Okay.
Just give you the
There's
info.
a guy who was researching Volt missiles.
Okay, I'm just gonna like look at him and be like,
Ha!
I have a production line. You have a missile type.
Oh, well, unfortunately, the Volt missiles are very expensive to produce
How
because it
much?
requires a lot of electronic parts.
How much?
Oh, well, it's not. Well, we're at martial law. It's not particularly the money issue; it's the parts issue. Because you're basically having to put a miniature EMP device in each missile.
Mhm,
So I
mhm.
know I know people have a lot of money, especially a lot of people here. So probably won't be an issue, but it's
To the point, please.
it's access to parts. That's it. I have a batch of 100, which I'm researching. If you need some, just at least leave me 10 to work with. If you just want to shoot them, they're LRM ready.
Matt, I'm gonna look into what the production costs are for this to, do that.
A basic LRM costs you about, with a full setup production line, it costs you about 3 rec to make a single one.
hmm
This costs you 15. And it requires 1% of an E rank budget in addition, which is, fuck, that's expensive for a single missile.
Hmm.
But they, by simulation standards and military standards, are elite they're elite killers. Because predators will have a shield, but mostly they're just really hard to hit, and they repair really easily. It's the elites who have the fucking hard shields that are fucking insane to deal with. Their shields recharge faster. They have better shields and larger shields.
I'm debating if their cost is worth it. You
I
guys
just know
think?
we need to deal with shields, so I was thinking,
Yeah, but the production cost goes up so
I know.
intensely. What do you guys think?
I think if there's a way to make it cheaper, it's 100%er. But at the end of the day, it's not my money. So
You know what? Here, the Vault guy. I'm gonna basically look at him and be like, "What do you need to improve these? Make them more streamlined for production."
One moment.
Oh.
I just feel like that's going to be our weak link is dealing with shields.
We could drop disruptor mists.
There's a lot of things we can do to deal with it.
I mean, if we drop some nukes, that's going to cause some disturbances.
Disturbances indeed.
I think a proper EMP can be done by a nuclear missile up in the atmosphere, right?
Oh, yeah, no, like setting off a nuke is going
All right, sorry, I'm back.
I want you to
good.
understand the nuke idea is absolutely insane and I still want to do it. I was asking
It's going to frag large segments of space.
Yes, it will. That's why we just need to make sure we're not within those segments. Man.
Oh no, we won't be able
yes.
to access those segments for months, if not years.
Shh, we'll deal with it. Matt, I'm asking the missile guy. I'm asking the missile guy what he needs to improve his
A
missile.
sponsor. To improve them? I mean, he has the...
You have a sponsor now.
Okay. To improve them? That's difficult. These are...
I just need them cheaper for production line.
Oh.
That's what I mean by improve. They need to be more
I need an
production
engineer
viable.
who is very good with streamline and efficiency. Or cutting corners, I guess.
Cool. I'm gonna go. Nix has bragged about his fancy little hiring group. I'm gonna go down there and just be like, I need somebody for streamlining some work.
Streamlining or cutting corners?
Potato, potato in this case.
Well, I have a guy for you. He's a jury rigger.
That's fine. Where is he?
You guys go over to it's a clean lab. It's a little bit more haphazard, and the guy kind of looks up from under a hood. Hey, welcome. Hey. Those seats right there for guests if you want to use them, or you can stand it. I mean, that little bar cart there also has refreshments on it. Yourself if you like. What can I do you for?
Looking to hire somebody to work on a project with a missile tech.
Ooh, heck yeah.
The missiles are currently expensive for production line. I need that streamlined.
They're probably over-engineered.
Definitely. I need it streamlined. I hear you're the man.
I'm the guy. Darn tootin' I am.
What's your price?
Well, shoot. He kind of runs over to the one of the workbenches and pulls out the drawer and pulls up a data slate. Here. I do either subcontracting work or I do full salary work under a project for, specified contract.
It would be salary until the project's completed, after which I would keep you on subcontract.
Okay. 50K. And some luxury cred would work for me. I don't know how tight you are on budget, so
how much lug do you want?
For the whole project, 200.
Yes. Cool. I'll give you 300 luxury cred. I will give you. You wanted 50K, you said?
50K rec.
Yeah.
As
I'll
for
give you
budget,
60K so you can work on some of your projects a little bit more. Budget.
okay.
What do you want?
12% of a C rank.
Oh, I'm just gonna give you 1% of a B. How about that?
Perfect.
There, and then you can work on your little side projects. And if you'd be willing to show me some of them once you have a few of them functional, I might be interested.
Well, I got one in the pipeline. I don't know if you'd be interested.
What is it?
It's a laser. I call it a binary laser cannon.
I'll take a look at the specs on it, but I'm not trying to make a whole thing of
He has somehow jury-rigged 2 large lasers into 1 large laser.
Okay.
Basically what it does is when you fire it, it takes the heat of firing 2 purple large lasers. It only increases the AD a little bit, and it does not increase the damage. It ignores shields.
It ignores. Oh, so it hits on the wrong energy wavelength for shield systems.
Yes, it does. It actually creates a micro EMP field with the laser. Just completely pushes shields aside.
Oh, I'm more than willing to fund this project.
It produces a lot of heat.
I'm more than willing to fund this project. I'm gonna look at it. I'm like, get me some heat solutions.
Okay.
You know what? I'm just gonna hire you full time. Period. How about that?
Works for me. Let me just work on your project first.
Yes. Start with the missile project. Once that's done, continue working on your other projects. Report back. I'm very interested in this, especially. We're about to hit a battle where shield tech's going to be important to Pierce. So.
Okay. This was really hard to put together, even with my skill. But
figure out how to get people to be able to do it.
Okay. Here's my projections based off of the missile that you want and the missile data you gave me. Basically, he cuts the price in half and removes the E-rank budget cost of it.
Go talk to the engineer, see if it's actually viable.
That's his prediction.
Yeah, I'm like, go talk to the engineer, work with him, see if it's viable, get back to me.
You got it. Oh
Great.
man, I got some money.
She,
His name is Mikey.
she did go as the investigator since this is on business time.
He wasn't. He seems pretty relaxed,
Good.
which is kind of interesting. Like, kind of a little too relaxed. Like, it's not his
He's
first
probably high.
investigator rodeo.
Or he's high, one of the two.
That too, yeah. Okay. Moving on to any other chats for you for the
Me?
day?
I didn't even had any plan to begin with. The only reason I did this is because I got the Vault missile thing, and I want to get that not
pipeline?
massively expensive.
Yeah. So those chats. That's just 2 DTA.
Yeah, I'm just taking that out of my business time.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Jackie, are you going to talk to anyone?
I have a few talking pieces, but I think you should swap over to
Ogre,
Nix or Cody. Yeah.
Ogre, who are you going to talk to? If you are going to talk to somebody today.
Ogre, Nix is heading to Cody to find out where the shuttle is.
Oh, that's right. Cody.
Yes.
Knock, knock, knock.
Ah,
Cody.
As in,
Hmm.
you're on your way to work.
You get met in the hallway. Cody!
yes. This is Cody. How may I help you?
I need the ship. Where is it? I've got to take a trip.
You gotta
On
take
a rocket ship.
Yep, I got to take a trip. I need to be at Enigma.
I mean, okay. I can take you to the ship. I'm assuming we put it back into somewhat working condition from when me and Ashley were there.
Best you could. One of the panels wouldn't fit back on right, which is really weird.
Yeah. I'm just like, yeah, it's kind of in a working condition, probably, maybe. Anyways.
That's always a good sign.
Yeah. All right. Where's it at? I need to go places.
A place you cannot reach easily without me. So,
Well then, come on, let's go. I need to go.
great. Okay, I need to go switch out my handlers though.
Fine, let's hurry.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Luna's office and find her Margrave.
Alright, kind of slowly tracks her eyes to you and just, yes.
Hi,
The
Margrave.
engineer Cody, how can I help you? And Mr. Banshee.
Hello,
I need your
Margaret.
help.
Very well.
And I look at my other one. I'm like, I'm guessing she's in charge of me now.
They will just step to the side.
Like, all right.
Sorry, Margrave.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. I'm actually very pleased that you had the wherewithal to come to me. Shows you're on good behavior for now.
Exactly. All right. Everyone follow me. And I'm going to lead them so we can get into some spacesuits. And then we're going to teleport into the
Just blip
ship.
into the shuttle.
Yep.
All right. In the shuttle or near the shuttle?
Near the shuttle.
Okay. You're fine. If it's in the shuttle, we're making some tough rolls.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, now that this is done, we're going to go open it up, load The fucking Nix use the ship, take Margrave, and put back to base.
Thanks, Cody. I'll be back.
Park it back in here.
I will need a. Okay, that'll require some logistics, but okay. I'm bringing people back.
Why? Where are you going to drop them off at? Not like you can necessarily park this in. You know what? No, Margrave.
Yes.
Can you handle this, or am I gonna have to handle this?
I can handle this if you'd like.
Okay.
We'll have to do a handoff again.
Yes.
But you're not going to like the way I'm going to handle this.
Okay, look. I
In
can't
fact, I'm
have
handling
this.
it now that you brought it up.
Yeah,
It's
I
okay,
can't.
Cody.
Okay, good. Because I can't have this showing up at the base, and we can't have whoever he's bringing show up at our other base.
I understand the classified nature of this shuttle. I am a little surprised you're going to use it so openly.
I
Do you
would
know
really.
anything about its construction or its capabilities other than
I
just
have
piloting?
me and Ashley have been studying it since we got it back. We have
And
a
your
bit of
findings?
understanding. We know it teleports to exactly 2 places, here and Enigma.
And?
We know how it works, kind of. And as far as it being used openly, I would prefer it not be, but I owe Nex a lot of favors.
Would you like to run a thought exercise with me?
Sure.
So you have a piece of unknown technology.
hmm
And you have done some research into it and discovered one of its major features.
Mhm.
If we were to, say, compare this shuttle with one of its peers, something more mundane, something normal, troop transport shuttle, so to speak. Say it's similar in design, similar in shape. If we were to look at that machine, what would be the first things that you would look at if there was nothing special about it, as someone who is inquisitive in nature?
How it moves, how it gets from point A to point B, what kind of engine it uses. Mm, mm,
What about weapon
Frame,
systems?
weapon systems, yes. All those are important.
Does it have any stealth technology? It may
Mm,
not be special, but you may look.
we do know it has a form of self technology. It seems to manipulate the mental faculties of those who see it and to make them forget.
Ah, and you would risk such a vehicle? Because what if you park it and you're affected by the forget me field? You will always forget where you parked the damn shuttle. What if you accidentally leave that on? Or usually when you have a piece of hardware, military technology of a very sophisticated nature, or it's just an expensive piece of technology, what happens when you lose it? And you don't want to lose it. What do you do normally as an engineer?
That's fair.
GPS. And can you say this shuttle has made the trip before? Most likely to here.
Most likely.
So do
No,
you
you have a
think the
point.
GPS would be able to?
Would still be working, and we didn't deactivate that last time.
Fortunately, it's only a one point A to point B jump. There's no deviations, so it's predictable where you're going to go if you use it at all in that manner. But now that it's active and working, and you take it back to where you found it on Enigma, well, the moment you turned it on, and took it out of the place, I think the GPS has been tracking, don't you think? And it's probably more sophisticated GPS, and it probably is, well, like a camera in the corner. Yeah, so every single person who's ever been inside the shuttle has been recorded into the flight log, the black box, and probably had it transmitted to whoever would receive this information.
Hmm.
This is the type of reasons why you and yours are not allowed to just go about your business. You are some of the smartest and most capable people on register. But you guys are extremely dumb in the same on the other side of the coin.
You know, I wish I could argue with you right now, but unfortunately, you've made a very valid point.
This is not your technology. You took this from a place that is probably, arguably, one of the most viciously kept secrets. Of course, their technology is going to be monitored and tracked so that the enemy, whoever they may be, or whoever they may label as an enemy, can't have it. Have you looked for asset denial protocols on this vehicle? Such
That would
as,
have been
it gets blown up and everyone inside dies. I
one
would.
of the first things Cody did look for.
You didn't find it.
I found no asset denials in this.
That doesn't mean it doesn't exist,
Yeah, no,
because it
but
may just not be in a form you recognize.
yeah, and again, as I say, I have found no asset denials so far.
Well, I guarantee there is probably one. There has to be.
Hmm.
I mean, if you had one of your finest pieces of technology, shuttle technology, with literally the department almost stamped on it, if not literally, metaphorically.
Honestly, for Spectrum, if I was to put asset denial into it, I would just have it where, like, if the unauthorized use is noticed and then I can send a signal to it, I would make it so that your next jump, you just never come out of it.
Yeah, you
That's
disappear
just
because
me.
you use holy verses.
That's just how I would do it, personally.
And you could have it so that it's put in a micro dimension so that you can't leave and the ship shuts down. So you're left there for either rot or until you're collected from the person who used that.
Hmm.
So, yeah, you'd be put
So
in an
what you're
interdimensional
saying,
prison.
is easier for me just to go with them than leave the ship here.
I recommend you put this ship on lockdown as hard as you can and as fast as you can so
And,
that it can have no incoming and outgoing signals, period.
and exactly what I did with it.
Did you put it in a Faraday cage
I have not put it in a Faraday cage.
or something of the like?
No, I made sure to move it out of reasonably what I think the range would be for its signal back to the jump point.
Have you verified its signal capabilities? Down to the
Well,
number. You're a maths person.
yep,
Yes, you are. You're
that
really a
would have been
specialist.
one of the things Cody did. Am I
Um,
out of the range?
this thing has a signal range all the way back to Enigma.
Okay. Then it'd be one of the next things I need to do is actually work on getting a Faraday cage for this. Unfortunately,
It
this
may not
box.
need to be for the whole thing. I recommend it, but at least for the part of the ship that receives and sends signals, or disable it.
Personally, I was going to just put a Faraday cage around it for now,
Hmm.
as I start getting permissions done for building a temple here.
You have my full support, and I will have assets devoted to this immediately. Tell them where they need to go and where to assemble it. We need to get this on lockdown so fast. I'm actually highly shocked this did not get done immediately. I know you're busy. We have an impending crisis. But this could be a security breach that is really bad.
It's also weird because it did say my name at one point. I was wondering if there was an AI in it.
Yes, most likely. And
But that being said, you make a fair point. I'll have. I'll take next Enigma personally. In the meantime, I also have to wake my master up at some point to get approval for. Question: do you think my master has high enough clearance to equal the base commander?
no.
Hmm.
But yes, in another manner, it'd be different tracks. It does matter, but it'd be Leah clearance. As for authorization of secrets of state, probably not.
Because I was going to build a secret base. I was thinking about putting a secret base here. And the debate of my master's clearance level was
I
in
will clear
question.
it.
You will clear it?
I'm going to clear it.
Hmm.
My master will have to know, of course. But as a junior investigator of the investigator regent, I will clear it. Build your base. You will fund it. I will handle and fund and man the original containment. But the rest of it, it's on you.
Understood.
Get this done and get it done fast. If there's an AI on the ship, you have a whole different world of difficulties because now the ship can pilot itself and make its own decisions, and that may be counter to yours, and it could even threaten your livelihoods while on board.
That is fair.
And the ship may take off at any point on its own. If it has an intelligent control module on it, then we need to drain the fuel or pull out the reactor, shut it down, lock it down.
I did make sure to do that when we landed it.
Probably the only reason it didn't fly off.
So, Nix. No, you may not borrow this. I'll take you there, though.
Then you're going to be busy for the rest of your day because I'm gathering people and their supplies to set something up on base.
You could
Well
drop
then.
him off, do your thing, come back at a specific time, go from there.
Yes. So, this is what you're going to need to do. You need to get a medium shuttle for everything. It's going to make everything easier for me to calculate on.
Okay.
And even just do an insulated cargo container that the Atlas Foundation uses to protect its cargo from space.
That would also work.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Those
Get
are
me-
actually, you can ask any of the shipping specialists, since you are military agents, to give you a prefab personnel cargo container, and they have all the minutiae statistics needed to move something. So you would hardly have to calculate it yourself because they already have the data. You just have to calculate for the personnel.
Yep.
Reminds me, I need to get one of the Atlas Tech scanners at some point.
Alright, then just give me the details for what that is so I can get it and get me to Enigma, if you would be so
Yeah.
kind.
How long do you think it's going to take you?
I have scheduled. Let me double check my downtime actions.
For
I
any communication things that... Sorry, Ed. You were glitching, so I didn't hear you were still talking. Please continue.
I have set up most of my day for this because I set up time for the travel time and everything. I
Mhm.
expected to be down there for a good 8 hours.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
he'll come back
take-
and pick you up in 8.
Yeah.
Any communication that you need between the two of you, I have live communication between me and Enigma, so you can just pass messages through me if you need to.
All right.
And Cody will drop you off on Enigma. And then
Outside the Mosaic Market, if you would.
There's a lot of those.
there's a lot, yeah.
This particular one, because I know which one my preferred
Cody,
chef is at.
Cody is gonna be nice and he's gonna put you in front of the temple.
Okay.
Shuttle
doing
can
that
be
because
at your
you're-
feet in a couple minutes and off to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then
And-
he's just hopping on a shuttle. Yep.
It's one of those automated air cars. And they go.
Yep.
If you have a really long way to go, they take you into low orbit and then just plop you down. Takes about 20 minutes to literally cross the planet to the other side.
Okay. I was anticipating other shit. Sorry.
No, it's very sophisticated and very efficient and safe planetary travel.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah.
Nick's just still walking around in full armor, so because he never takes it off anymore.
That's the military life.
Yep. But yep, nope. He's heading straight into the market.
Mm.
Looking, he's first place he's going is to Gordon Rampage.
Yeah. You get over there and it's that telltale yell. What do you mean you can't finish it? I made it for you. You got a mouth? Put it in there.
Yep. And you're just gonna sit down and wait till he's done with who he's yelling at.
Yeah, that guy's literally in tears. Also
Yep.
because it was spicy food. He doesn't want to eat the rest of the spicy food. Enigmatics hate spicy food.
She's just such a waste.
But Gordon Rampage forces the guy to eat all the spicy food. And and he's just like, go, I'm done with you. But he never makes anyone who he yells at into tears pay.
Yeah.
But because it would just be impossible to, collect. And he slides over. I think I've seen your face before.
Multiple times, in fact.
Yes, indeed. All right. What can I do for you?
I need to make a request of you.
Mm-hmm.
An extended trip.
Come back after I close.
When do you close?
In 3 hours.
I will be here. And
But for now, what do you want to eat?
I've been eating basic food up on Ares base for the past couple of weeks.
Yes.
I have heard tell of this, and he's going to. I don't remember what you called it at the time, but what the dude has a coupon for.
It is the Volcano Bowl.
Okay. He's gonna be like, I have heard of this and have to try it.
That's an old. That's been retired, but I do have the other one. It's the peppers, you see. They're just really hard to get a hold of, and the price has gone up drastically, and I refuse to pay such inflated prices for basic produce. So
then tell me how much it's going to cost, because at least one person has requested, and he's got a coupon for it.
I understand that. Since it is a coupon, it'll take me a week to get the peppers, and I do always honor my coupons. I have its ilk, though. I found the menu, and he taps this one.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Hiroshima Bowl.
It'll just hit me with it.
It actually comes from an idea. I watched something in the past. It was some sort of war documentary. Very, like one of the older wars. They apparently blew up a city. I don't understand how you can do that. That's utterly
It's
Unthinkable.
like and he'll be like, I actually have data on that.
So, I'm going to use a pepper that I don't get to use often, but it looks like you can handle it.
I mean, Nyx has developed a fondness for extreme spice.
He will pull out from his cryo storage a kind of mottled, like ugly looking red pepper, and he will put on some chemistry gear, and he will start to cut it and slice it. And he kind of looks over as he does it, and he looks over to you. It took a while to get the formula for it, but I was able to genetically re-engineer something called a Carolina Reaper. It's supposed to be one of the hottest peppers ever bred.
Hit me with it.
Probably roll toughness. Because he's going to use the whole pepper, seeds and all.
Yep.
Um,
Any penalties to this?
No, it's just toughness. This would absolutely ruin you if you're basic enigmatic, but you're a cultivator. Roll Potentia, because this is servant's dilemma. This is torture in its own sense.
God.
You'll get a servant's dilemma internal Potentia finishing that ball, and it's just like, I'm on fire inside.
It's just gonna be like, you should give me a couple of those seeds and I'll set up a growery for you.
Nope. I do not get a lot of customers who like spicy food, so I grow them one at a time and store them.
Can I get a seed so that I can grow some
You
for
ate them?
myself? Damn it.
For thought.
I'll have to order the pull again later.
You can go to the repository, the Thunderhead. You can actually. That's where I actually pulled the genetic data from. They have all the genetic data for most foods that are no longer produced anymore. A lot of particular foods have gone extinct by natural causes, or it was engineered because the space needed to grow it. Unfortunately, since there's no desire for it, it's just retired. But they had the genetic data in case they need it. So you'll just go to the Thunderhead Agency, specifically the Food Preservation Department. Very obscure, but all good chefs. They have a friend.
He just makes a note and plans to visit. But
Yes.
he'll wave to Rampage and be like, I'll be back in a few hours. And
you should. I haven't seen them in years, but you should go talk to one of my close friends. They do specific detail work. They're actually a graffiti specialist. I don't like graffiti, but theirs is tasteful. They're good. They do murals as well.
Nyx's eyes light up. Where are they?
Over there.
Nyx. Yep, he's heading straight over.
Yeah. This person sells paint cans, spray cans, shirts, and they're just doing a mural on an open spot on the wall, which has been marked out with blue tape. And person kind of sitting up on their little hover platform, like, hey,
Stop.
prices are on the cards. Take what you want. Just throw the debit into the basket.
No, I got an offer for you.
Oh, cool. You want to do some? You want me to do some work for you? Okay.
Kinda, sorta, not really.
You want me to go graffiti something?
I want you to come with me and get paid to graffiti war machines that are being sent out to destroy aliens.
Oh, that's cool. I don't think I can afford a trip. I mean,
I'll move you there.
paid flight?
Yeah.
What time frame am I looking at?
Looks at his clock. You have about 7 hours to pack up.
Okay. How long am I gonna be there?
Uh, at the very least, until this initial assault hits.
Oh,
So,
you guys are being attacked.
yeah, we're looking for some morale.
I can do that, but there's a reason why it's not the first offer that I've gotten because I have. I just not really big on base life. Although it'd be fun for.
It's just like, you see, I'm looking for specific people because I'm planning on setting up a market like this on a base.
Housing's on you. Mood and food and stuff are on you if it's not authorized by the Thunderhead.
I
You
do
gotta pay
not,
my way, and you gotta get me out of harm's way.
I do not mind hiring you.
Okay. Uh, it'll only take me about an hour to be ready, but I gotta finish this mural, so I'll be here for the rest of the night.
Yep. When you're done, load your stuff up into this the transit box, I guess.
Yeah, the old transit box. All right.
Yeah.
Name's Melina. Nice to.
Nix.
That's kind of edgy. I like it.
It's growing on me.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Nix. We'll do that. Oh.
Yep. And Nix is just gonna go around and talk to some of the people that he knows.
Okay.
He's got specific setups that he needs. So he's got the artist. He's looking for a couple of tinkerers, craftsman types for the good luck trinkets, that kind of thing, and somebody besides Rampage who wants to share their food on a galactic scale.
Roll me 40-100 because you're gonna have to go to multiple markets to get the right people. Yeah. You'll find. No, I wouldn't say a specialist, but somebody who has a massive collection of trinkets and good luck charms of every type of variety: touchstones, crystals, stickers, um, little chibi dolls, like thousands and thousands of options.
Yep. He will happily set up a similar thing.
Okay. He's willing to go. What better place to sell your merchandise? He only takes luxury debit though, so
That won't be any different from others on the market.
he does not take rec. And please don't try and try and offer budget. He couldn't afford it, and he doesn't really. That's not him. Same deal as Melina.
Yep.
Safety is their primary concern, both on base and to get off before the fight.
Yep. He will work something out to get them off base.
Gordon Rampage is willing to go. He will actually get to try quite a bit of recipes he doesn't normally get to do. And he won't ever have to worry about people not finishing their meals.
As for a steady, perpetual cook, because I need somebody to do that.
Well,
It's
he will
temporary.
go there for the same. It's basically, if you're opening a mosaic market, he will be there for the entire time your other two guys are.
All right, fair
But
enough.
he does need to leave when the other two leave.
Yep.
Because safety.
Yep. Yep, he will. He'll just work with Thunderhead how much he needs to pay to get them rooms set up.
You're gonna have to organize the event, and you'll pay in time out of your day. There's a lot of housing, and it doesn't put too much extra burden, especially because Gordon Rampage is bringing food. He has several cargo containers that he's like, well, you're gonna need to move these because this is filled with the majority of spices and oils, cooking equipment. I'm not going unprepared to feed a base of hungry soldiers.
Otherwise, he's going to get hit the seed repository to get his Carolina Reapers, because he is going to start growing those damn things.
The food person's very interested that you're interested in peppers, and they have more than just that. They have the genetic data for all of the most ludicrous hot peppers, and they also have straight up the formula for capsaicin.
It'll just be like, give me 10 of the best peppers.
There's a list. He's just like, here. There's some really crazy people. They've been somebody developed capsaicin drops. So you just drop it in your food, and it's just like pure suffering.
Yep. He'll just get the recipes and everything.
Yep. Takes you a little bit of time. And then
and otherwise he had one last place that he was going to stop. Crazy Earls.
He is underground. Crazy Earl is not available for this week.
Of course he isn't. The only other thing he was going to check in, because he had extra time, was since he's hopping through various markets, he's checking for exotic, unique, and powerful heat blocks.
Roll me 3 luck. No.
Okay. All right.
Hey,
You know, I might as well.
No fire and flames, but you can fate point, yes.
would you be willing to look something for me since you have some extra time?
What's that?
I'm looking for something called timinium chips.
Dynaminium.
Dynaminium. Here, I'm just gonna copy paste the name. If you could, look, I'd be willing to pay for them. I just need to see if you can find any. Probably not, but you know.
And yeah, while he's out, he'll check for some dynaminium chips.
Roll me 2d100.
Or even just diminium as a raw mineral.
So yeah.
There is this lanky creature off to kind of the side of one of the war stalls that sells black market war equipment. And they kind of turn their head towards you, and the skin hangs off the flesh just haphazardly. And the eyes are corroded enough so that you can see the glowing part underneath. And the eyes kind of look at you, and it's terrifying. It's like looking at a flayed one from...
I think he's seen Luna in enough half-destroyed states to recognize an animatronic.
I will have you roll willpower. They do have disturbing presence.
As most of us do.
This is versus that, so I will get that bonus.
You can approach, but you're like, ugh.
Just steps up to remind me of somebody. But
Here to buy.
I'm looking for something particular.
You don't normally sell to fleshlings.
Yeah, well, if it makes you feel any better, the one I'm buying for isn't a fleshling.
It doesn't. I don't care either way. Business is business.
I'm looking for dynaminium or dynaminium chips.
Dynamanium you're never going to get your hands on. It's too unstable. It
Hmm.
needs to be processed almost immediately. Chips, on the other hand, I have chips. I got parts. Depends on how much you can pay, though.
Blank or imprinted chips?
Both.
I just page Luna. Which would you prefer, and what are you willing to pay? Well,
What's he
before
got?
that, how much do you want for them?
Oh, trade mostly. It's hard to get your hands on things. Money's not hard to get. Just find the right person and take it from them.
Okay.
Stuff, on the other hand, that's a little bit more difficult.
And what kind of stuff are you looking for?
Parts.
I need
Repair, replacements.
Is he looking to get himself fully repaired? Is that what his objective is?
He's being coy. Mostly old stuff. Robotics, mostly.
Do you want to put me in contact with him directly and then just be my physical man for it, or? Because I think we could pull that off.
Chips are pricey, especially the unassigned ones. But if you don't mind a voice in your head, I got some imprinted ones. They're pretty cheap. They're pretty cheap.
He'll just pull out his comm link so Luna can talk to him.
I'm actually gonna basically do the energy handshake since he's an animatronic for communication only, not file transfer.
Another voice in my head. Surprise.
Hello. So, I'm the one that actually wants to buy. He's just the hands. What are you after? Repair parts?
Things here and there. Robotics for a certain date of manufacture.
Robotics of a specific quality, shall we say? Or
Specific design model.
which model?
The Revenant model.
I'll check to see if I have that in my records. I don't think I do, though.
No. Yeah, I didn't think so. So I'll
give him a link to the ones I do have. I'm like, I have these ones.
Yes, those would be suitable replacements. For now. I'll trade you a chip per body.
You want a full body?
They don't have to be in the best condition. Just all the parts.
Hmm.
Battle damage is fine.
I can produce full bodies, is why I asked.
Well,
old model, it's using the schematics of the old models. They would be new production from my line, but old schematic. I can give you the date mark for
pre or
them if you
post
like.
Moldreds.
I have both options. I actually have the original Moldreds model for if you want a base standard one, and then I have the ones from Athena.
Interesting. You're a little bit of a collector.
That's one way to put it. As if it helps, Matt, Milo is my intermediary for the hot connection. If she wants to comment. Yeah.
I have not heard that voice in a long time. Hello, Milo. Hey, Remnant. Have you killed anyone lately? Yes. Yes, I have.
All right. Yeah, no, my own models from Maldred's. But let's cut chase. What do you want?
Trustworthy.
Yes, me and Milo are friends, if that helps.
I wouldn't call friendship something worth having, but Milo and we've met. I was in a cell down from hers.
Well, the one you're talking to is the Gate Guardian.
Ah, that's where the origin of that connection is.
Exactly.
Not
So,
safe. Good
eh,
broadcasting model, though.
right. So, yes. I've got I've got my own mind. So yeah, no, I get the impression you're worried about the reprogram issues that are attached to some of the newer designs, yeah?
No, if you're from Moldreds, I know they can't repurpose you. They
Oh.
can't brainwash you anymore. I mean, I had done some damage to the original repair line, so it stops after the
I
reconfiguration.
I'll just send him my codes real quick so I like give him my proof effectively. Right. So,
Yes.
what do you want? Because I want the chips. I'm trying to make more.
As I said, direct trade, parts for parts.
Parts for parts. You want full bodies, limbs. You know the problems with
Full
making the
bodies
energy
per chip,
models.
because we all know that the chip is the only thing that matters, really.
Yes, that's why I'm looking for them.
Well, I have a little stash on me. Not a lot of people looking for them. Mostly people just want to buy robotics. And animatronic bodies are some of the best robotics around.
True.
So,
How many you got?
7.
Blank or unblank?
2 blank, 5 with personalities. Old friends.
Would you look forward to seeing them back up and running, old friends, or old friends that we don't really want to?
Leave that up to you. I don't really call them friends.
Could you send
But
me their profiles? No, I'll just look it up off their chip serial number.
Hmm.
I just want to know who I'm dealing
it's
with.
a little roulette game we'll have to play. If you want to go for the personality ones, when the
Oh,
trade
after all,
is
I'm
done,
gonna.
you can look them up.
Oh, I'm gonna grab all of them either way.
Very
7,
well.
you said total?
7, yes.
I've got I've got 3 infiltrators and a frontline combat ready on hand, and if you want, I can just straight produce some of the Maldred's models if you just want them.
Moldred's models only. I don't like that new fabricated crap. They skimped on the alloying.
No problem. How can I get in contact with you once they're built? Because I will have to put them through production.
Ping through Milo. She knows my code.
No
It's been a
problem.
while, though. Don't kill me again. No promises here.
Right. Okay.
Revenant would be, since he was in one of the cells next to Milo. He would be one of the personality disorder
Yeah, I got that.
versions. Yeah.
I got that. Right? Sounds like a good deal to me. I'll contact you through Emilo once I have the bodies, and then we'll do our exchange.
Remember, careful who you handshake with. I don't trust any
Why do you think
old
this is
animatronic.
Why do you think this is communication only? And I've got a lot of nasty on my other end.
Promises, promises. I might be tempted. And no, handshake only. It's not protected. That's just, instead of going out swinging, you start with a
Friendly.
greeting. And then when you have them close, hand to hand,
That's when you
you pull
drive
out
in
your
the knife.
blades and you
Yes,
start
I know.
cutting.
Right. I will get you the bodies. You get me the chips. We'll deal from there. Great.
And he kind of looks at Nyx. Stall's closed. And he just disappears into the shadows.
Thank you, Nix. I appreciate.
You bring me to all the nicest people.
Oh yeah. Fun fact, now that he's not here, that's one of the ones with the mental disorders.
No, I highly doubt that he's not here. He was a sweetheart. I'd enjoy hunting with him.
Oh, I don't think it matters to him.
It'd be fun for me. Anyway, yep.
I
I'm
appreciate
heading.
that though, Nix.
I'm heading back. Let Cody know. I'll be ready in about 30 minutes, probably.
And Cody's already got the ping.
And yep, I'll just meet up with the people that I'm bringing up. You know, Blatt?
Sorry, I was grabbing a beer.
We're all good.
All right.
As in, like,
Any last requests from other players to look for something? So Cody can ask you to check as you go, and then so can Johnny. Any requests from the peanut gallery?
God.
Ask only one thing.
I know, I'm just thinking if Cody wants anything from the Mosaic Market.
This is if he will roll for it to see if it's there. Unless it's
Yeah.
something pretty basic.
See if they have any more I doubt they're going to, but any what's it called? Does it have 3% of it? Do I have 8% left?
Excuse me. Come on, buddy. Use your big words.
I know, I was trying to remember what it's called. Of was it Sari? No, it wasn't Sari Steel. It was we got it from the worm.
Reinforced.
Endo?
It's End of Steel, yeah.
I'm gonna say finding reinforced endo steel is you are not getting it on Enigma.
Why would you need to go to Enigma for it? How much do we have on base at this point?
Yeah.
No, one of the things that I would be checking into is if I could get a stock of Volter Inferno missiles from here.
I mean,
Because there's
My
weapon
head.
dealers.
There are weapon dealers, yeah.
And there's people who have parts of mechs there as well. So that's why I was thinking
Yeah.
maybe they just have reinforced endo steel there.
You can get it from Ares base cheaper.
Or
They have an oversupply of it. It's just the forges are down. And once the forges are back up, there's going to be a flood of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
It's like the only thing I'm like.
No, the one thing that I'm checking for down here is those missiles, which are going to be stranglehold because everybody wants them on Ares base, but people don't have access.
A single 1D100.
And Jackie, is there anything you're wanting?
Anything on key?
And
You don't
I'll
mind?
give that a reroll.
Key?
Anything on what?
Key, yeah. Key development.
Oh my god.
Seriously?
yeah.
This is what you're looking for, right?
No,
those
I'm
are
looking for
Inferno
Volten Inferno missiles.
Oh, okay.
missiles. Yeah. There's a guy who's he's making a big show of him opening up one of the military stalls, and he's like, first come, first serve. And you're like, I'm military man. I have money. Buy things. And yes, he does have a stockpile of Inferno missiles and Volt missiles. There is a disclaimer. Manufactured missiles, the Inferno ones, they're only good for 6 months. After that, the chemical mixtures inside go inert, and they are duds.
Yep.
That is why they are so in high demand. You cannot stockpile these and store them. They have to be used.
Yep.
These have already been sitting for 2 months.
So they have 4 months, which will mean they'll be around until the battle.
Right. But you can get them for a song, because by the time they are shipped, they're duds. Leah is not kind to Inferno missiles.
Including Holy
You're not sure about the
Verse?
Holyverse. That would have to something Cody would have to manually run a calculation for to protect the inside of the concoction.
So do you mean it's not kind because it takes so long for the travel time?
No, the higher energy state fucks with the
Okay,
chemical structure.
So I'll just have to have Cody do a check on
You
that.
can get them for a wreck apiece, and he has 200 of them.
And of the Volt missiles,
He has 50. He's going to charge you 5 apiece.
it just pays. Any other military tech he has?
All right. Since you did roll a 1, I will give you 2 other rolls for your heat block, and one other random roll with him to see if he has anything else.
Heat
He
block.
does have a very rare heat block. And that's kind of the only thing that stands out. You could be at his stall for quite a while. But most of it is already stuff you guys have come across. Heat block, you guys don't have a lot of those. He does have some bear and some bear shield generators.
Which I do need a pile of. So how much does he want for all the bear generators?
He's got 4. He'd ask for 1,500 rec apiece and
Okay.
2% of a D rank budget.
Okay. And for the heat block?
It's part of salvage. He does not want to pull it out, but he has the salvage already stored and packed up. You just got to go collect it at the drop site. For it, he is going to ask for 2% of a C rank budget and about 25,000 rec.
He just.
You're
he
like,
will.
I am
Yeah.
fucking rich. Give it to me now.
It just pays for it all right there, one swipe.
People are looking at you like, dude, what do you do for a living? Holy shit.
I mean, here's Nyx walking around in power armor, armed to the fucking teeth.
Doesn't mean you haven't spent your entire fortune on your armor or your physical protection.
No, that's fair enough.
Roll 2d100 for key related. Seems some of the practitioners are not. They don't have what you have in stock. There's a couple unorthodox practitioners, but they're selling hookahs and smokables and other Zen devices.
I mean, he'll drop some wreck on something for Jackie.
Get her a hookah.
Yeah, I'll get her a hookah and some smokables. I don't know if it'll be of any help to
Cost
her,
you
but
10 rec.
Who knows?
Or 100 luxury cred.
He'll just drop 10 rec on it.
Okay. It's one of the larger ones. It's the 4 spout, and they give you 50 different flavors and a ton of the charcoal rocks, and it's very beautiful, handcrafted.
And if you don't want it, Jackie, I'll smoke it.
It has 2 potentia in it for specifically durability because it's glass.
Mm-hmm.
So it's bulletproof glass, but like small arms bulletproof, drop proof mostly.
And he'll go pick up that piece of salvage.
Okay.
And load everything up into the crate.
All right. Cody, when you come back, he went shopping. Fuck. You're looking at probably 5 different cargo containers worth of stuff.
I'm looking at what said a cargo container.
Well, a lot of them belong to Gordon Rampage. He's bringing food with him.
You're bringing food.
Produce.
Cody.
What?
Before anything, he pulls out an Inferno missile. I need you to make sure that transporting this won't cause problems to it.
Cody, you're going to be here for a while.
Hey, you
can't.
Want some good news out of all this?
Excuse me.
We are starting to run low on food in the base in a few months, so having more food around Not bad.
You guys are going to be running low on food at the end of the month. Rationing is going to have to start, and it's this will be a big morale boost. He's bringing in a lot of food, and they're going to be prepared pretty well.
Less
Top tier
waste.
chef. Yeah.
Question here.
Mhm.
How
You'll
much?
need to scan everything to help.
Yeah,
So
but we're running low on food.
We have a month before we have to start rationing.
or you can do a minor ration now and it, cut back now, and then you won't have to cut back as hard in the future. It really just depends on your approach to the food situation.
Question. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in my ass.
I'm worrying about the food
I'm-
situation. If it helps, you don't need to. I'm just saying. I was just saying the Gordon Rampage bringing food in helps.
Oh, I was gonna ask. Since I'm already here,
Yes.
Cody would put in a request with the Thunderhead using sponsored by the Thunderhead to get more food for the base. So we
You
don't have
could-
to worry.
There can be several crates shipped over to a location for you to transmit them using your special formula.
Yes. I will make sure using sponsored by the Thunderhead to do that, so we get more food.
Okay, you just tell him how much you need. You're on the homeworld. This is the agricultural gem of the Empire.
Enough to get us through the
siege.
yeah
60 industrial cargo container crates will be prepared at the end of the week. Figure out your formula so that there's not a problem with the transit. But it needs to be specially packed and prepared for transit. And it needs to be scanned, and all the data will be prepared for you for ease of shipping. But it'll take a week.
Thank you, Thunderhead.
Always, Cody. It is heartening to see that you care so much, especially about one of the most vital resources.
I may be called many things in my line of work, but thoughtless, I hope, is not one.
I wouldn't say you're thoughtless. I think you have many thoughts in your head at any point in time. Sometimes that can actually cause communication issues, don't you think?
Exactly.
There's so much data. Sometimes it gets a little muddled. I had to stream my own thought system so that the amount of data that I have does not overwhelm me.
All right, then.
It's an AI problem. Once you get really large, then there's a lot of data input. You have to make some internal changes. It's rather fascinating.
Let me see this missile.
All right, Cody.
Yeah.
Roll me some big brain numbers.
All right, Holyverse.
That's going to be a problem to move. Period. It would be better if you manufactured the substances on site, but the missiles are fine. Just expect them to be duds by the time you arrive, and as long as you have the alchemical process for the two catalyzing chemicals, you could just pour out the
junk, and you have
the junk
missiles.
and put the new material in there. As for what it's made of, you could probably just ask the forum. They would have that info. It's just the missiles are kind of hard to build.
Mm-hmm.
But you got 200 missiles, and it wouldn't be hard to, if you got the schematics and the chemicals, most importantly, which are actually hard to get a hold of, the chemicals to make the chemicals. But Nyx, you bet you could probably do it with a Chemtech formula.
Okay.
All right.
And you can make it a Chemtech Inferno missile.
Yep.
So it's
Yep.
more like napalm.
Yep.
Napalm jelly.
Yep.
And you already
Yep.
have the shells, so you have the
Yep,
rest
yep,
of it
yeah,
done. So
Unfortunately, no matter what you do, if you use Leah to move this stuff, Leah will kill the chemicals in there and make them completely inert. But if you're able to use a different method of moving, such as using the shuttle that you
Mhm.
guys have, the Spectrum shuttle, you can move these, and you probably would guess that the chemicals would be fine.
But unfortunately, I didn't bring the Spectrum shuttle with me.
Right, and you're not going to want to move that until you have it completely dismantled and you understand everything about it, and you make the shuttle safe again.
Yeah.
So, no problem. But honestly, you picked up a very expensive missile for
dirt cheap.
Yeah, dirt cheap. And you're just like, everything on Enigma, when it's a crapshoot to what you find, but everything's dirt fucking cheap at the arms market. Now that you guys actually have some cash, because on base, everything is actual military price,
Mm-hmm.
but everything here is usually dirt cheap because they don't have a lot of customers.
All right.
And it's a pain in the ass to ship anything the normal way, because a single container is 50k rec to move through the Thunderhead channels. Doesn't matter what you put in it. Well, actually, it does entirely matter what you put in it, but you have a whole container, and every container you rent's 50k. So it's expensive to move stuff through the Atlas Foundation. And then due to the danger of the materials and the chemicals, there could be hazard fines and difficulty of scanned content. Ugh. But since you guys have Cody, you really should charge something, you know.
I'm like, I should charge for this.
If you don't care about the chemicals, moving
don't.
the missiles, it's easy. Especially if you dump out the chemicals. Not here though. God,
Yeah.
If those chemicals touch, it just explosive fire. But yeah, if you don't care,
Nah, Cody doesn't
you
care.
can just scan it and be like, whatever.
Scan it, make sure I have the calculations correct.
For a missile, that's fine. It's just it gets a little obnoxious if it's a bunch of missiles, but it's military packaged, so everything is perfectly lined up with the insulation between them. They're on racks and everything, so it's all very uniform. So Volt missiles are a little bit more complicated. They have some electronics in there that are you hate moving electronics. It's far more complicated.
But what must be done must be done.
I'll actually have you roll Holy Verse for the Volt missiles. Those are a little tough.
Any negatives to this?
No.
Okay.
You're guessing 3 and 10 will be a dud when you move them.
I'm like, all right, I can save 7 of your missiles when I move them per 10.
It's fine.
I mean, there's only 50 of them. So.
Yeah, it was cheap. I'll still have 30-something missiles.
Yeah, and you could still take the parts out of the missile and
fix them.
You could also fix them. Yeah, you just straight fix them. It's just the propulsion system's fine. It's just the Volt EMP part will be broke. But if you hit somebody, it still explodes. Just no Volt part.
Yep.
Okay. Boom. Done. As for the food, that just takes Cody time to scan it. Now the big problem, your heat sink thing.
Mm-hmm.
Cody, God, moving broken, chipped, wrecked salvage. Oh, balls. And it's huge. That's definitely not small, that.
I'm like, all right, I need to.
That'll be a minus 70 Leo roll to
just for the calculations.
just for the calculations, let alone the actual attempt.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got you. I got you, boy.
Yeah. You'll need to move everything else and then come back and stare at it, scan it, run your calculations over and over again. But moving is going to be a problem. There's something inside the internals.
Mhm.
That's really, really dense. And in scanning it, there is this honeycomb metal mesh in there that you're gonna need a jump. Like somebody's gonna need to juice the piss out of you for this.
Remember, I do have that
Mhm.
mini generator you can use.
Do you have dimensional energy states on you, Cody?
I don't, but I have 4-dimensional energy canisters.
One of those would give you enough power to jump you on this object.
All right. Oof.
You would crack it and just
Would
dump
that,
just open it.
curious question. Would that mean that if I was to be over there to help him, my increased dimensional state would help with this?
You would lose a dimensional energy state, and he would be able to have enough juice.
I see what you're doing. Never mind. Continue. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. How many Aaliyah canisters do I think I would need to move this?
5.
Hmm.
And that's with certainty and safety. You could probably get it done with 2, but that poor Leroy is missing.
Yeah.
You know what happens when you use this formula and you do not have enough juice. You and whatever is being transported is gone forever.
Yeah. And Cody's like,
And you're probably running low too. You're going to have to move all that produce, all this personnel, Nick's back.
Cody's gonna look at everyone like, God damn it. Okay, fine.
Did you go to the Leah base on Enigma?
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, give me a thing. They're
Cody,
like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck am I?
I'm like, all right, I'll be right
I'm
back.
a Cheer Blow researcher. Suck it up. Give it.
Cody's gonna go. Just because how much we have going on here, Cody's definitely gonna go to Aaliyah base.
The only one you know of.
Yeah.
The one you used to work at.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go back to the number. What was that? I was on the first numbered base. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Number base 1.
Yep. And go back to the number based 1. Kick my way in to the department.
Sir, can you please prevent your credentials, please? Sir?
Oh yeah. One sec. Here you go.
Oh, our most humble sir. Welcome. What can someone so low as me help?
Yeah, I gonna need 10 Leah canisters.
Oh, of course, exalted researcher. This way to the storage area.
You know,
As Cody food.
it's not so much kicking when they're groveling when you enter through the door.
No,
There
no.
literally is somebody repairing the door because it was a slide door and you were expecting it to be a swing door.
That's why. No, that's why they're groveling, because this is a high-level researcher who's obviously in a bad mood.
So please don't delete me or remove me from my position within the lead department.
I like to live. Please don't.
I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna pick up.
and they will package it for you. And the guy grovels and comes over, hiding behind the data pad. Exalted one, if you would please sign for the transfer of materials, please. Oh, great, sir.
Cody's gonna take it and mark it with a C. Hand it back.
Of course, and he hits the done button on the bottom.
Mhm.
He needed your signature to sign off on the transfer of goods, so that they have at least paperwork of where this stuff went.
Yeah.
And a lot more business-like individual will show up. Are you Mr. Cody?
I am.
I am going to be your transporter for this material to the location of your choice. Please
All right.
designate with the GPS longitude and latitude location, and it'll be moved immediately.
And Cody would make sure to put in the proper longitude and latitude.
Understood. On the surface or above?
It should be on surface level.
Understood. And he holds out a hand, and a device will unfold from the shoulder and the forearm. And there's this massive arc that builds a bubble of Leah energy around your cargo, and it just zips out of existence. And he will hold that, and the electricity arcs off of him, and then almost frozen in place. And then he will retract the prosthetics. And the charge will disperse. It is confirmed upon arrival.
Thank you very much.
He will nod, and he will walk back to his charging bay.
I'm going to look down at the other researcher. I'm like, how does he do that?
Oh, no, he's not a researcher. This is a Leah technician. He hasn't earned the right to be a researcher.
I'm going to look down the technician. How does he do that?
Oh, that's his entire purpose in the Leah department. He uses and he literally goes, redacted, technology that unfortunately I do not have the access to under the redacted department. Oh gosh, sorry, the censoring program.
It's fine.
Apologies, so exalted one.
Yes, we all have that little redacted problem. As Cody walks out.
You walk out. You just the fanaticism is worse on the homeworld than at any other place. So you walk in with a researcher status, all the technicians are like, we have been blessed with his presence.
There's a reason why Cody doesn't sit here in Enigma.
It's just like, fuck this. Also, the politics are abysmal.
The politics, and he couldn't stand the idea of constant. That's not true. People around him wouldn't stand Cody if he was being worshipped.
I just want Cody to get seen by freaking some of the old people that were in class with him getting served on hand and foot.
Exalted researcher. They're like, what the fuck, Cody? They do it on their own. I literally asked them to stop, and sometimes they die. I don't know why or how, but just, I guess saying stop tells them to just stop everything. I've really had to censor how I talk to these guys. I'm not trying to on purpose. Please.
You do one accidental murder, and then it kind of becomes, I need to learn how to talk.
I thought I was good at talking, but apparently I got some work. Wild. It is wild.
Yeah, and then go back to everyone, like, all right, everyone, into this pod, so you cannot see, hear, or know anything that I am doing.
You just go in. They sit down, and they're ready to go. And you go over and pull out one of those canisters, and basically lick the battery.
Yeah.
Now, energy. Yeet! You won't need a roll.
Mhm.
Once you've scanned something and you now utilized an external energy source instead of using your own internal energy. Turns out, I won't need you to roll for it unless it's very complicated. Moving personnel actually isn't as complicated using that Holyverse as long as you supplement it with enough energy. But your program is hungry. It requires an entire canister for every parcel you want to move.
You know, I've noticed that your design basically is specialized for moving people, not things.
It moves things very well, actually.
Yeah, but it's more specialized towards making it so that you can just move really powerful people. And I don't know if you did that on purpose, but
It's a
such a
density issue. That's entirely all of it. It is a mass and density issue. People aren't that dense in comparison to, well, everything around them.
Yeah. And I can move people with potentia in them pretty easily. Especially someone like Ezekiel, because I don't think I should take their potentia into account.
You do. It's an energy state management. What you do is when you move the person, the energy they have in them, the formula just shifts it as a single block entity. It's really easy to move energy states because it's not dense.
I was just saying that it's interestingly specialized.
But it's really hard to move dense objects, especially moving anything involving.
Well, just don't try to move mates again, I guess.
So you move everything quickly using your galaxy brain, your formula, and all of those canisters. And now you're down to whatever this salvage is. Fuck. Just you and this hunk of salvage. It's already it's in a cargo container for shipping. It's already packed up, secured.
Sorry, please don't break it.
We'll see. Well, I mean, that's also why I brought 10 Leah canisters.
Well, you used those canisters to move the other 5 containers. So you have 5 left. Because you're going to need the internal energy yourself.
Yeah. So I'm going to need 2 canisters to move this.
Minimum. The more you use, the better your option.
So I'm going to use 4 canisters, and I'm going to essentially use select the battery to recharge my internal energy.
Okay. Yeah, 1 will be wasted. You're absolutely charged. Oh, it feels so good to actually be charged up to the maximum. Because every time you move, it chews up a portion of your internal energy state. If you overdo it, your internal bioelectricity stops.
Which is not good, because I still need that.
Right.
Can I roll my DTA while you're finishing this scene so I can just have that? That way, if anything comes up, we can address it once you're done.
Sure. Yeah. If you have research projects and you just need to do DTA, slam it into chat one at a time.
You go first.
Yeah. So, Liam, you go first. Tell me when you're done, and then somebody else will go, and then
I'll just do it. You can continue the scene. It'd only be if anything comes up with like 1s or anything, we'll address that after the scene's over.
Yeah, that was the plan. All right. So that said, would you just want to brute force it with 4 canisters?
4 canisters, yeah, and a little bit of my internal.
Okay. I'm gonna have you roll a -50. Holyverse.
All right, we're gonna use
density.
Definitely gonna use full focus on this. So.
And as you're building energy, lights are starting to explode. the energy field starts to build, you can literally see like parts of grass get lit on fire as you're just like building your charge for this.
Yeah.
So yeah, an occasional arc of electricity just scorch the ground. And you go, yikes! You think you got it.
I think I got it.
You think you got it. That felt good. The transition was solid, especially after the transition experiment with Leroy. There was a yes, it has arrived, and the formula fully completed all the way from front to back. So you know it made the jump.
Take a deep breath. I go, oof.
Maybe roll a toughness though.
All right. This is where I pass the hell out. Yes.
Roll me
Have a
1d10.
reroll with +10.
It's a nice paradox, though.
All right. Nope. I'll take it.
Have another reroll with +10.
Well, hold on.
I've got a pile of them.
I know you got a pile of them.
I would rather waste them on something more important than this.
Okay.
They refresh each day. That's why I'm offering, because we're not going to be using them. So I literally have.
Go ahead. Reroll +10. So
is that with a +20 or just a base +10?
That's +20 now.
Barely.
You won't have to re-roll, or you won't have to roll the 1d10, but you fall on your rump like, where did the strength in my legs go? And you kind of you have that kind of numb pins and needles feeling, and you just kind of have to slap your legs awake, like, come on.
I'm just gonna kind of like sit there for a solid moment. Like,
you did it though. In fact, that's actually really good data. Get an inspiration for your project, your Leah Holyverse project.
Okay.
Because the density on that and the amount of energy it took and you barely being able to move it was particularly fruitful because you had a density and mass issue in your last test with moving that mothball chip.
Mm-hmm. So,
and you have some really good data now. Some really good data.
Yeah. So here's the question. Because of how it works, I had finished the project. The only thing I needed to do was build an AI around it. Is that going to take me 50 DTAs to do? Or is that going to be less?
If you go and get someone if you base it off of a previous AI and then build a managerial program or an actual program that the AI can use to monitor all data, and an analytics program too for extra if you really want a safety redundancy. Entirely depends on the tier of the program that is coded, but you're probably going to need at least a tier 3. You code that, or you could throw it into a quantum computer and have it do it itself.
I think Cody's going to do it because he does have AI building as a skill that he has to use. Yeah.
But you have software coding. You can build an AI. Absolutely, you got AI coding. What is it at?
I have 4 check marks in my AI building.
Oh yeah, you could use that in lieu of software coding. Yeah.
Can't Cody just use his actual AI he has currently built?
Yeah, you could use your AI.
Copy. Give Lexi. That's right, because Lexi is sitting on like 100 just under shy of 100 merit.
You've been including every downtime action for merit too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so you could easily super juice Lexi and then throw Lexi into a quantum computer for them to spin a copy. And then Lexi you could have her with that amount of merit build her own damn programs.
I mean, I basically built a coding AI for that reason because, I mean, She has more roles than I do.
Mm-hmm. Building programs from the ground up and increasing their levels is very time consuming and very costly. And that's why having a dedicated machine or a program to do it for you is the best way to do it, because that's all they do every single moment of their day.
Yeah.
No breaks or no need for it.
Fair enough.
Here's the formula for how to do all the tiers of doing your own program. 2,304 degrees of success is required to make one to tier 10.
That's fair. Lexi, I believe. Actually, I don't even know what Lexi is technically. Tier 6. Okay.
Yeah. So if you devoted Lexi to programming only, she would get 6 roles per DTA instead of 1 role per DTA, or the quantum computing level. So,
Okay.
yeah, no, you can have her just build a modified version of herself with the programs needed, and you could just have that run, and you would spend 1 downtime action setting that up.
Okay.
Because you already have the resources.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
Cody, the inspiration that you get for moving it, it's not just the data. If you can use an excited Leah state, like if you were to excite the Leah canister to a higher energy state using a catalyst, and right before it goes phase on, you use that energy to move objects of high density and mass, that could be the solution. It'd be ridiculously dangerous.
I mean,
you have a
that
lot of
was-
data on how to do that.
I mean, but that's also was the point of building. Like that was the whole point of the research project, was to do the coding, build the engine which excited a Leah particle to near phase-on state, into then taking that near phase-on state to jump it.
Well, you have all the data you need.
Yeah.
I helped by causing problems.
Yeah.
Yay, I got to cause problems for once.
So if you needed normal energy, because you used basic non-excited Leah canisters to move that extremely dense amount of mass. Now, if you were to extrapolate the density of that and the complexity of that, most importantly, with the data you now have and the amount of energy you had to use to move it, and then with all the data that you know about energy states and Leah, you saved yourself a lot of testing. Ton of testing. In fact, with this data, you can go back to Ashley, do a little meeting, do a giant brainstorm session, and then you can go test it in like 2 days.
Yeah.
And probably succeed. Where they're going to get another ship they're willing to sacrifice for testing of that magnitude is another problem. But you could get yourself a giant chunk of ice.
I could.
Or an asteroid, which is stupid dense, and that would be a great test.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, there you go.
Cody.
All right. Ooh, there's a 100. Oh, no, re-rolled.
Yeah, I already
okay.
The only thing that was relevant was I did the batch rolls for Mimi, and she got a single digit in there and a couple tens, but I think the single digit was the only one that's
go Mimi, go. Go Mimi, go.
And I didn't remember what her batch roll single digits did.
It's the same improvement. She gets an additional degree of success, or an additional progress.
Then we are all good on my end.
All right. So we got done with you, Johnny. Let's finish out your day really quick. Unless do you have to talk to people, or is it just
I got some talking to do, Matt.
Oh boy. let's do some talking. For those who have only research left, Cody, is it just research for you?
Cody's just research.
Okay.
That's not true. I had one talking thing I have to do with Iron Eaters, but that's basically just hiring Iron Eaters to help build the Apollo.
Okay.
So depends on
how
how much.
sophisticated do you want to put out an ad? Because this would be a one downtime action to put out an ad rather than go talk to down. In fact, you could put up a competition, a mech building, a concept design competition.
Cody's going to do that. Cody's going to put up a mech building design competition.
What's the prize? And it should not just be to actually be the guy. That should be part of it, but there should be a cash prize.
Cody is going to put up 1 Chaotica roll.
And any rec or budget?
Or
lecture debit?
I'll put up 100% of a B rank budget.
You'll have a lot of people throwing themselves at that wall. That's a lot of a budget. All right, so 100% of a B rank budget, a Chaotica gotcha roll, and the opportunity to be hired for work with a very large budget and rec. So it's a well financed project.
I'm taking the top 3.
Top 3. Oh.
They will each get 100% of a B rank budget.
Oh, you're throwing out big nuts. Okay. Yeah. Hey. That'll cost you 1 downtime action to do. Go ahead and roll your research rolls. To do the jumps, it costs you 1 downtime action to jump them there, and it costs you 2 downtime actions to jump the stuff all back. So you lost 3. I'm sorry to say.
Sorry. I interrupt for a moment. Sorry. I'm going to have to go. I just got a message from my roommate letting me know that in about 10 minutes, apparently I'm going to lose internet because the bill didn't properly pay.
Why?
I don't know. He's got the shit, and all I know is we've got a timer, and I didn't see the text until just now, and there is a countdown until our internet is cut off.
That's wild.
Can you? Do you want me to tell Maury for you?
Yeah, I will hopefully be able to be back on by the afternoon tomorrow for game, but I honestly don't know.
All right. If you can't make it, that's fine.
All right, well, let's do stuff with you right now. Because if you have 10 minutes, do the rest of your rolls for the rest of the day. You have anyone to talk to?
All right. No, I didn't have anybody else to talk to. I just needed to make a couple of tech use rolls for studying the fucking I'm studying that Flipcom device.
Okay. Slam them in there.
So I'm rolling versus a 90. I will give that a reroll. And I need to roll 4 more.
So I know just paying it to like get the timer to stop, or like I'm not.
All of
Can't
them
he literally just go on and manually pay immediately on the site?
No, because apparently it's overdue, so we actually have to go in and argue because we've got records saying that it was paid because they've taken the money out. So this is a fuck up on their issue, and we're going to go in and cause problems in the morning.
Cool.
Well
so,
done.
But
okay.
They all
go ahead and add your progress.
That completes the first tier of it, and that was
you
the
have
rest
taken
of my
it
day.
apart. You kind of understand how it works, how it's built. You put it back together successfully, and now you're at the what does it do? The battery was entirely drained. That was a big problem. So you charge the battery.
Okay. And I will be dealing with that in the following days, but for now, I'm gonna take off.
Real quick.
Do you not want the last 5? Like, go ahead. Sorry, Liam.
That was the last of my day.
I was going to ask if you have more conversations you're doing on the Thursday to see whether or not we can at least get roll stuff done tonight.
Yeah, I was
Because
gonna move you into the next day. I'm gonna move you as far as I can, even ahead of the group.
Okay.
So, you know.
The thing that I would have been doing the next day that would have involved talking to somebody is tearing that heatsink out, seeing if I could figure out what it is, and if I couldn't, going to the base commander because he may know, and if he doesn't, I need heat sinks.
Heat sinks or heat block? Because you bought a heat block.
I need to know what that heat block is, and if he can get me a better one and heat sinks instead of the full mech, because what I need are components for my mech. I need power. I need huge class weapons that'll be useful against predators, and I need heat blocks and heat sinks to handle them.
For the huge weapons, those are going to be you going through the. I wouldn't say a mech catalog, but it's going to be the sorry, no, it's not manifest.
The parts market.
Oh, there's the parts market, but
inventory.
The inventory for each mech in each bay, and with a little assistance through the Thunder helpline and your contacts, you will get a catalog. You'll get a list of people with huge class weapons, where they are, and their communication line, and you can kind of like, what is it?
Remember, I was supposed to be getting a thing from. This was I completed all these sims. The base commander is pulling into his personal stock to get me something special.
Right. Okay. Roll 5d100. Oh, balls.
Very nice.
Base commander will give you a choice between two weapons.
Okay.
There is a Gauss cannon of the huge category, recovered from Fenris long time ago. It needs to be repaired and fixed, but it's in good enough state that it can be done in the time. You just need someone really smart in the weapons department.
Well, I know a dude there. Is it a hypervelocity or is it just
it'll need to be hypervelocity. But
so
it's not hypervelocity.
So I need to get it repaired and tinkered. Got it.
Repaired and tinkered. Getting that thing to be hypervelocity, you're probably not going to get that done in time. But remember, it's the range bracket. As long as it's within short range, it hits in the same turn. If it's medium range, it requires an additional turn to hit. Long range, 2 additional turns to hit. So on and so forth.
2 minutes. What's the other option?
The other option is the super rare huge laser that they have. You've never seen a huge laser before. This thing is massive. And it has massive heat problems. It has insane range, and has incredible power requirements. But it's a purple laser. Because if you're going to make a laser, might as well go with the more powerful laser bracket. No one wants it because it has a huge amount of heat. It produces way too much heat, and it requires a ridiculous amount of power. It's a step down from the beam weapons.
All right. Message me what they are. My roommate's currently on the phone with the net people. If he can get it fixed, I may be back.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay.
So otherwise, if you'll message me those two things and what that heat block is, if the base commander recognizes it, I will talk to y'all later.
See you next.
Bye. All right.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Okay. That sucks.
Okay. Giant boy.
Yeah. So let's start with the Steel Wolves. Going over to the hangar. gonna talk with the 1, 2, 3, 4. And yeah, I'm just
One
gonna
of
see if I
the
can cultivate with them and discuss.
yeah, one of the Steel Wolves practitioners will bring you over a sitting pillow,
Good.
and may you have a joyous communion with the four.
Thank you.
And the four will turn their attention towards you, and number 2 will speak. You are back. What would you like to learn?
I was wondering if you had any techniques I could utilize.
We have many. It is hard to teach what one does not know that your preference. We can teach you all and pick an order of our choosing and start now with one technique and then go to the next as you progress through, I would say, a class over many months. Or if you're looking for something specific, that would help narrow down what we could or may not have.
My path is of conflict, and so is yours in a sense, but uh, duality is one of the other aspects of myself. Is there anything relating to that, or just conflicts in general?
We are not practitioners of duality. We are practitioners of union.
Yes.
We may two make one, not the practice of one split into two. We do not have techniques for this.
Well,
You would
I
need to
can
seek
I can
something
look at
far more
it.
chaotic.
I can look at it as 2 into 1, I suppose.
We could teach you techniques of union.
Sure.
It would be for the machine and the person. But we will be willing to teach this to you if that is what you're looking for.
So this concept here, does it go with like the whole nanites of like living metal in a sense of um like, or just the inner mech aspect, or is it more, can I look at this from Ice
You're,
Queen and Jackie? I'm trying
you
to
can do Ice Queen and Jackie, but not Jackie and Intermech, because the
right,
Intermech already is
is me.
bonded to you.
Yeah.
It is
Okay.
you. There's no separation.
Yeah.
But you could try and undo the coin flip negative quality by practicing this technique.
Interesting.
It would combine you and Ice Queen together.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
It is a technique of union between man and machine. I will have you roll Potentia to see if you can pick it up. It will be at a -20.
Alrighty, I'm already rocking a -10, so that's good. It's 30 to 20% chance.
Ugh.
Good start. I was 1 off from 100, so feels good.
You can try 3 more times because there are 4 of them.
Okay.
They will each try a different approach of teaching,
Okay.
and maybe one of their other methods will be more receptive.
Cool. We're getting lower. Maybe a fire and flames roll.
Go for it.
Okay.
There you go. You will pick up the union technique at tier 1.
So
To start, it'll allow you at tier 1 to roll twice and pick the roll you want for coin flip. If you get it up to tier 10, not only will you remove the negative quality coin flip, but it will also allow you to combine part of Ice Queen's stats with yours.
Cool. Okay. So was that one downtime action?
That was however many you set out to talk to these guys. But yes, it
Okay.
would be
So
one.
I have set up for them 2 downtime actions. I know they don't have my good old hero. But I have +2 for World Soul. So if I can use World Soul here to
Yes,
maybe
when you're communing with them, you can use your World Soul DTA
Okay.
for talking with them.
Okay.
Maybe you can. You wouldn't be cultivating, but you could learn from them ideas, techniques.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Let's go about that. I don't know. Maybe I
Ask
can improve.
one question per DTA of World
Okay.
Soul.
First question is.
Think on it. I'm gonna go get my food that I ordered. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hmm.
1 second before you do
Before I ask.
something.
Yeah.
Well, before you roll again, I was going to do my downtime actions.
Oh, I shouldn't be rolling. Go for it.
Okay.
And Matt just got up anyway, so.
He'll see it when he gets
Yeah.
back. We'll just hope for the 1.
Oh, we can always hope for a 1. So you're looking for key stuff?
Key stuff would be cool. I just want to improve my key pool. It's pretty much my stamina pool that's related to 2 things for me right now. 1, I'm using key to empower my power core.
Mm-hmm.
2, it is my martial arts pool for actions.
So the reason I was asking is I have access to a warehouse that everybody else doesn't for a lot of techniques
Okay,
that
cool.
aren't as popular. That specifically are ones that aren't as popular on Potentia use. I have access to all of the Potentia techniques and workbooks that Thunderhead has seized
Nice.
or had sold to him.
Yeah.
Either one. Whichever happened. I have access to those, and I can buy them, and I can see if they have anything key-wise for you there.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I don't know if they're going to have anything, but I can always check. At worst, there's nothing, and, net 0. It takes me basically no time to check. It's a shame nobody ever goes into Luna's lab because she actually has an entire library of Potentia techniques currently.
I wonder why we don't go into Luna's lab.
I don't know. Why doesn't anybody ever visit me? Nobody visits me. The Blackguard aren't that bad. They just point guns at you until I give you approval. And then, I give you approval to enter, and then they stop pointing guns at you actively. I have to use the word actively in that sentence, though. Point is, my lab's not that bad. technically speaking, my lab is safer to step into than Nix's because of all his stuff with the Chemtech.
That's
Cody's
fair.
lab's safe. I would like to point out Cody's lab's safe to step into.
I don't know. Sometimes things seem to get Leoported in there.
Not anymore.
Statistically, I have had fewer lab accidents than you.
Statistically, mine's still safer.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't have any active hazards or threats within my lab.
Until somebody enters and they're not supposed to be there.
Well, okay, that's not a lab hazard. That's a security issue, okay?
All right, so therefore, my security, there is no issue.
Is it there, though? I mean, it is a Leah lab, so if somebody who doesn't have Leah authorization enters it, it is an equal threat to them.
All right, but here's the thing. Jackie can easily enter my lab. Cannot easily enter your lab.
Oh, is Jackie Leah cleared?
Yes.
That's right, no, she's the vice base commander, so...
I also have IQ.
That doesn't actually clear you.
Oh, he's back. Ooh.
Okay, so my
back.
first question about it is going to be power regulation. I feel like they have a better control over their body and what's inside of them. So I was thinking maybe they'd have some information on that. And the other time is just reaction time efficiency for their parts and stuff.
Power regulation first stems from awareness of self.
Okay, that's what I'm going to
For
be working on anyway.
machines, it comes from a module that needs to be built in that allows them to track power output. Awareness is the key to power regulation. How can you know what is going where if you don't have any numbers? If you're not aware of how much and how and where. That's your first step. Either you can design something, build something, or expand your awareness through cultivation. There are many paths to power regulation, and it is up to you to decide, do you have space inside yourself for a device or a growth or something, which would be the most efficient method? Or do you want to save that space for something more aggressive? You would also have to design the method or the device or the growth. But awareness is your first step. It's the same way machines or devices track incoming data. It's basically a self-diagnostic. And that information real time is put up on a screen for the pilot. But it also means the mech intelligence has that as well.
Of course.
That's the first step. Reaction time efficiency. Well, it's a little bit difficult because you're talking about efficiency. Is it making the most of a single moment, or is it just going faster? Are you asking to be faster, or are you just making most of what you currently have?
Making the most of what you currently have.
Awareness.
Still awareness. Awareness is the key.
Unfortunately, it's a different kind of awareness.
Okay.
It is a multifaceted awareness. Your current body is modular. Why do you only see in one direction? A mech has cameras all over it. We see everywhere. Why do you only see in one direction? You cannot see what's behind you, so you can't react to it.
Okay.
Get eyes in the back of your head, on the sides of your head, on top of your head. You need to be able to see everything so you can make the most of when you need to move.
Sounds good. All right.
It is not for humans. Too much for the human brain, but you are nothing of that.
Not anymore. Not
That.
anymore at all. Right. She will bow and say, "Thank you all. I will see you again soon."
We will see you soon.
What'd you get for supper, Matt?
There's a Giovanni's, and I got some spaghetti.
Nice. Allie just had some spaghetti herself, but she made it herself. It's fucking good. Okay, perfect. That one's done.
Any other conversations?
Yes, there's 2 more, and that's the end of my day. The second one is more of a conversation through fists. I'm actually bringing in Snips and Skippy for sparring. Gonna do some bonding for my my 1 and 2.
Snips is unfortunately outclassed here by both of you by a long shot. Skippy's hard to get a hold of, and she uses gravitational forces against you.
Mhm.
It's like fighting a 0G judo master.
Well, that's the reason why we want to spar to learn. And
you, on the other hand, you're just not assailable. Anytime somebody does a serious punch against you, their fist gets stuck in your nano, and it's like, yeah, balls. And now they're in grapple range.
Yeah.
So I'll have you roll Art of Killing 3 times.
Okay. So here's my base, and
okay. You unfortunately did not really learn too much more. You are a very powerful combatant.
This is more bonding for sure.
It's more bonding. Yep. You do learn one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do not try and emulate other people's fighting styles. You should practice and hone your own fighting style and the strengths of your fighting style to meet any comer, no matter what craziness that they have brought to fore. Don't try and copy them, especially fucking Skippy. That is awful.
I have my own axe style, which is something I've created. So
if you make a blade hand and then curl the fingers to make a kind of a chop, you can emulate literally your ability chop with your hand.
All I need to do is remove
devastating
the axe requirement, and I could probably do that for sure. Might just do it with my next potential I put into it. Okay, so that's them. And my last one I have is with Lilith. So I don't know if you remember this, Matt, but at the end of our session at Spectrum Base, IQ said she had something. She said she'd need 3 days to work on it, and it would Lilith would really enjoy it. I also wanted to bring up some things I found at the base, see what she thought. But I have 10 downtime actions allocated for Lilith discussion.
Okay. Yeah. Talking with Lilith, she always opens up her schedule for you. And she basically kicks some poor bastards out and reschedules their appointment. Jackie, come on in.
Lilith, I could see you. First, I want to apologize. I never gave you a heads up.
Never apologize. Not to me. Unless it is something so egregious, I don't know what I'd do with myself. But
we'll
showing up unannounced, don't apologize now.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I meant the the excursion to the Spectrum base.
That's part of your journey.
No, for sure.
There's nothing I could do if you were to go to Enigma. I would be livid if something happened to you, but that's just me.
I think it's nice to keep in touch with the people you care about. So I've brought some goodies back, and IQ and I wanted to discuss something with you.
All right.
So she'll put out the specimen 0972, the plant she found inside the plant lab, and the dimensional canisters, all 6.
I've seen these before. They're harbingers of no good. They're canisters. Do be careful with them. You'll find their quirkiness very quickly. The only information I would have about the canisters is that the higher your energy state becomes, the more destabilized you are in this reality. Which is interesting state to be in. But there is a threshold limit you never want to cross because, well, if you destabilize enough, you disperse.
Sure.
Now, if you can ride the lightning or toe the line as close as you can, you can touch but be untouchable, which is what those were used for one of their Spectrum programs. I don't know the state of what went on with that, but I do know that they were on to some sort of soldier program with it. Knowing them, they completed it to some extent because it's the Spectrum program. Now, the plant, it's just a glitchy plant. It has a dimensional energy state in it, and it's a little bonsai. Just make sure you water it occasionally, but because of its dimensional energy state, it's not really ever going to grow. It's just kind of stuck as it is. But I wouldn't do anything with it. It's that energy state seems to be permanently infused in it. And if it ever were to be removed, that plant would wither instantly. Like all the time it was stuck in place will happen over a span of a single moment, and you'd be left with a dead plant. As for what it is, I think it's a good desk holder. Maybe you see something else in it, but I don't know. I never really was a plant person, nor did I ever have any green thumbs.
I think my nano cradle wants to eat it.
Right?
Onto the specimen, though. It seems that this is a combination of predator DNA and human DNA, I think.
The base commander in me tells you to burn that immediately, but the master in me tells you to proceed with caution. Find a specialist, get that in the right hands, trusted hands, so it can be analyzed properly.
I was
Those
going to
hands,
give it to
unfortunately, are not yours.
Yes, I was going to give it to Nyx. He's the one that wants to do everything with the predators these days. But still, nice to bring up.
That's the path of the Chimera. That's fusing flesh and monster alike, and I don't want Nyx to have the rogue idea that he can do the same and be a predator. Predator DNA is far more aggressive than we are capable of handling, you see. It requires a unique specimen of a person. But you only need to find the one, who can fight back, and then you clown them because you're not going to find another. So don't try.
I wasn't planning for myself. No, I take that back.
No,
I was kind of thinking about it, but I stopped myself. So
let others tread the path for you on this, and take the risks and take the.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like my path altogether. I like the aspects of evolution that comes from it, but at the end of the day, we're nano.
Make no mistake, predator DNA will completely devour your nanos wholesale. There is no defense. That is one of our weaknesses.
I figured as much. Now for IQ. And Matt, I had no idea what you expected with IQ, to be honest. It was more of just like you put it in my path, and now the 3 days are up and it's here. So however you want to roll with it, I'll be down to go. But I'm not really sure what IQ has in mind. I know it was from like what she found in the spectrum base, like what she learned, but I'm not 100% on where you wanted to go with it. At the very end of the session, pretty much, and we were all tired, fucking 10-hour session or something like that. So you want to scrap it, I'm completely fine, and we can just focus on cultivation. But if you had something in mind, which Lilith would be impressed
It
with.
is. It's old personnel files. Memories.
Okay.
She cracked in, and there's a couple files that had mention of Lilith being in contact with, and it actually would give Lilith a lot of closure. These people disappeared during the coup. One is alive, status unknown. The other two have passed on. They did not survive what happened. That means a lot.
It does.
Feeling a little nostalgic, Lilith will kind of teach you an old technique. It's actually pretty simple. You are modular in your body, so you can hide objects in your body. Never go unarmed. You should be an arsenal into itself. She will teach you the hidden weapon potentia technique, which allows you to store literal weapons in your physical body and, as a half action, equip them.
Okay. All right.
You just have to designate the object as don't touch. And what you do that by infusing it with a single unassigned potentia into the weapon, and you just say, do not eat this. That's all it does. It doesn't help the weapon at all. It just prevents your nanos from disassembling it and leaving it alone.
Alrighty.
And it lets them push the object around, so you can literally go finger gun, and then you snap your fingers, and now you have two fucking guns in your hand. Or you can have a literal blade, an ignition blade, stored in your forearm, and you just kind of, make a gesture, and now you have an unignited ignition blade in your hand, and you just pull the sheath out, and now it's on fire, and you're like, I'm never unarmed. I will stab you now.
Okay. How long are we doing this for?
It'll be 3 DTA.
Okay, 3 to my 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Does she have downtime action hero?
No.
Okay. So for the next 7, I guess we can go over some nanite stuff, and I'll bring to her attention the insights I gained from my the day earlier, talking about the absorbing the nano skin and the manufacturum.
She'll teach you about how to absorb the second skin,
Okay.
and that'll be the rest of her downtime actions. And that'll get you a technique. You'll have to spend the DTA to do that,
Mhm.
but what she does is infuse unassigned potentia, external potentia, into the armor, one piece at a time, and then you absorb it piecemeal, and then you reabsorb the unassigned potentia back into the pool.
Interesting. It's more of a
Yeah.
recycle. Okay.
Yeah, you use potentia to increase it, and you can just throw dozens and dozens of it at the chunk of the armor. Do it like leg, torso, back, like a mech you would to a mech. And then once you've absorbed the second skin, you get that pool back, and you just do it for each piece.
Okay.
It's not even a technique; it's just it's an approach.
Alrighty, that is my downtime actions for day 3.
All right, Liam, what you up to? You done for your day, Liam?
Sorry, I had a mouthful of food.
You're done with your day, right?
I did all my rolls.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Charger.
Just so you know, I did get my spook cockpit fixed or finished.
Oh, very
All
nice.
right. Very nice. The spook cockpit will run off currently the stats for the neuro cockpit.
Yes, but the whole point was that it's virgin.
Shut up.
I'm gonna phrase it that way because there's a lot of creepy internet people that. Yeah.
Yep. You'll get the neuro-linked cockpit design. But it also reduces how much CP or how much space it takes and the physical weight. So it gives you more CP for your machine. It also removes all life support systems. And there is no ejection rig.
No, you think of the animatronic one for that.
Yeah,
I have that one already done.
Oh, you're talking about the warfare one.
Yes, I'm talking about the electronic warfare one I made specifically for block site units and stuff, and operators and inspectors and whoever else wants to have a Black Ops hot sim rig.
All right. Well, damn. So it'll do 3 particularly good things. It'll give you a plus 20 to all defense and offense rolls for the electronic warfare.
Electronic warfare, yeah.
No. And your programs gets a plus 1 to their initiative. As in, they operate as if they're a tier higher for initiative. So a level 5 program trying to compete with a level 6 program, it would work.
Initiative. On initiative, anyway.
Yeah, on an initiative.
Cool.
You get to reroll failed defense or offense rolls for electronic warfare once per turn. You have to pick offense or defense, but now the best part about this is a micro system. You can actually equip this in other cockpit designs because you're a spook. So
yeah, it's basically a chair.
It's built into your cockpit, so it doesn't cost you anything. But to do it, it would be a 4 CP internal component. That can be picked up and installed. And it would classify under cockpit, and it would work really well in analog because they have the 3 free CP, and then you would just use one from the internal reservoir. So it'd be a cockpit.
Yeah.
Internal.
Definitely going to be putting out that they're going to be for sale for specific groups. I'm putting them up on the.
Which price?
What was the price we originally discussed? For the first model, for the first production model, I'm gonna do. Well, knowing how spooks are, I'll do 500k because that's a reroll on a defense. Yeah, I'll do 500k rec. I'm not gonna charge budget for this yet.
45 people buy it instantly.
Yeah, I was.
You put that up.
Yeah.
45 spooks on base scope. I want one. Now. And they prepay.
Yeah, well, put that into production. Hey, I'm going with a relatively cheaper version.
So you just made, because everyone prepays. These are not the people who are hedging. These are just people who pay right up front. You make 22,500,000.
Yeah.
Rec within an hour of posting it.
Yeah, and I'm going to add a quiet addendum for first 50 on that 500. That way, if there's 5 people who are on the fence, well, I mean...
What's the addendum?
No, just that it's to the 500 rec is to the first 50 who want it.
Oh! Well...
Just to get a few people who are on the fence to finish their goddamn purchase.
Oh, so that even if it does go over 50, you still get the people like they believe they got in the first 50?
Yes. Only
Only
one person falls for it. Shit.
So you get 23 mil rec. It's a very niche. You're not going to be able to sell much more of this on base.
I know.
Yeah. But that's also where updates and firmware support and basically like version 2, the next version comes out, that these guys will be like, yeah, give me the next version.
Oh, I'm fully aware. Okay, that was since I had that done, I wanted to get that on sale, and now we're good. The only thing that's more niche is my animatronic cockpit. Okay.
You would get very curious people to buy it, but you'd probably find no one else who could use it.
That's the type of thing that if I was to sell it, I would have to sell the blueprints to someone looking who is an interested party. Let's put it that way.
All right. that's that day. Everyone, Char, what about you?
I just did my rolls for working on the Apollo. And I'm having Lexi make a copy of herself.
Yep.
That can run the Leah formula with corrections on it.
Okay.
Do I have to make rolls for her, right?
Mhm.
All right. So computer code trade. She gets a plus 30 to this. Yeah.
All right,
Let me
her
be
roll
nice.
is 90, then you just roll 1d100s from there.
Yeah. So she would be working through 6 downtime actions.
And her tier is 6.
Yeah.
So she would get 6 rolls per downtime action.
So 36.
Mhm.
Da, 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 da. 98, 91,
94.
94, and the 100. 4 failures.
Well,
She's
so
going
the one-
to.
Since she doesn't roll with a guaranteed success, the 100 does not count as a mutation. It's just a fail.
Oh, I was actually going to have her use her 1 fate point to reroll that.
Okay, go for it.
doing 40.
40.
Very nice.
Yeah. So 4 failures, 3 successes, or 4 failures, 32 successes. So that means
You would go off the list that was posted
Yeah.
by Liam. So you would get tier 1,
uh,
a tier 2, a tier 3, and maybe to tier 4. I don't know.
let me see.
Hers is all one successful ones. They don't have the double on that.
Yeah, they don't have the double, so.
I believe you would get yourself up to
Tier 3 or almost tier 4 or tier 4.
Almost tier 4. No, yeah, because
No,
what
you'll
it
get-
was,
to get to tier 4 costs 36.
and I got
But
34.
he failed some of them.
Or yeah,
So
I
So
failed
you'll
4.
be at tier 3, just short of tier 4.
your rolls. Or did you already
Actually,
do 'em?
you know what? Can she buy Eureka?
What does she
With
do
her
with
merit?
merit?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
can. If you
Yeah,
have,
she's. What is it?
it's 20. 20
Oh yeah,
merit.
she's gonna buy Eureka. Because I forgot I can do that. Yeah. Eureka.
Eureka's a tier 3,
Tesseract
by the
coming
way,
in
right?
big.
30. Eureka's 30. So
Oh, it's 30? Yeah.
so 32 times 2 is 64. So that would get the tier 4. Which would make a tier 5 version of herself.
Yeah. She's just like, Cody, I'm processing at a much higher speed than I'm originally accustomed to. Did you buy me an upgrade?
I did, Lexi. You know I always treat you right.
You always do.
So yeah, there'll be a tier 5 copy of Lexi that will essentially act as the buffer for running lead calculations for this.
All right.
You got the sub protein. The sub program for eject inside the.
Nope.
Protein.
Protein.
So there's the question. With that much progress, would you be able to make the copy or would I have to make that copy myself, or make the program?
So the way it works is when you make a new program, and upgrade a program to a new level,
Mhm.
every roll just gives you 1 progress multiplied by whatever boosting abilities. To make a copy of a program you already have to the same level or below, it's based off of degrees of success per roll, which can get ludicrous.
As a note, AI units cannot self-copy without a user assistance.
Right. They can't self-copy themselves, but they can copy other programs.
Mm.
So if you roll on average between, like you get a plus 60 to every roll, no matter what, that's in addition, instead of 1 progress or 3 progress, you get 6 plus whatever the degrees of success on that roll towards the progress. So instead of, 1 or 2 progress per, you get your degrees of success towards copying that program. Because you do need to get it up to the same amount of successes to build it up. So you would need 36 degrees of success, not 36 rolls,
Okay.
to get it to tier 5. If it's a copy of something you already have.
Okay. Okay, so I guess the thing is, she was making. So hold on. She cannot make a copy of herself, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not without your user input.
You have to do it. If you do it with her, then she can do it. But
Right.
without
And
you
then
working on it,
then after that, she can. Okay, then she could make the copies of, or she could make a program for executing a. Sorry, yeah, she can make the program for executing the Leah formula.
Yeah,
And
she can make a program.
Okay.
It's just she can't make copies of herself or other AIs.
Okay. So a T5 for.
for her programming, she does get basically 6 rolls for her programming per DTA.
Yeah. Well, so essentially, I just want to make sure because she would have made a tier 5 program for the Leah first execution.
Mhm.
Then in that execution, would it also include a emergency check system, or would that have to be a completely different program?
No, that would be part of it.
Okay. Just wanted to know.
Because you only need 2 programs. One is optional. One is the formula control. The other is an analytic program to help double check more difficult data and provide information. It's actually up to the AI to determine to eject or not, based off the data they've been given. So the AI is in control. They're just using 2 programs to give them all the information they could about the situation.
All right.
So
okay. So that's what I was just wanting to make sure.
yeah, so it'd be a Lexi program in there, getting you or doing the decision making.
Okay.
Now AI control programs cannot use programs unless they're an actual like brainbox sentience personality. They cannot use programs above their tier.
Right.
Without, of course, special abilities. But you have a Tesseract, so you can absolutely juice up your Lexi if you wanted to.
Yeah. And then I'm going to spend an action because I only have 1 left to make a copy of her.
Okay, well, that'll be
my last action.
You wouldn't get a full copy. You remember, you have to spin it up. So you would get your degrees of success towards the spin up. So go ahead and roll your AI. So you get 9 degrees of success towards the copy. So you would immediately get yourself tier 1 and then tier 2. And you'd be at, you'd get a tier 2 Lexi.
plus I have Eureka.
So double, so 18.
I do believe Eureka actually says I had my double check here. And degrees of success are increased by my int rating for this role, since this is not groundbreaking research.
Jesus, yeah, 'cause you're a special snowflake. So you
How
get
many-
18 plus what extra?
Yeah.
6.
So
7.
6, so another 12.
Yeah.
So you get 40 progress?
Yeah.
All right, well, go ahead
And
and
that's a
progress
tier
that
5
up to,
Lexi.
yeah, you get a
copy.
tier 5 Lexi with a single roll.
Which we will use for making sure it'll go with the
You
copy.
guys are really cool sometimes. Just gonna drop that massive roll for massive results.
Yeah. And the tier 5 Lexi will be going on the spaceship, and I'll keep the tier 6 or the original.
Cool.
What's
Nice.
it
All
like
right.
for me to copy Mimi?
To copy Mimi.
I know she's
is
specialty, so
she's a specialty. She needs a brain box because you put her in a brain box, right? That was or was
Oh.
it not? Or did you put her just in a quantum computer?
She only required quantum because she doesn't have full what I am.
Okay. Just you need a quantum computer of the same tier, and then because you need a housing for her.
It is a quantum 3 computer, that requirement for her.
Right. So, she's a tier what?
She's tier 8 now.
Okay. Instead of, you would just need degrees of success collectively over however many rolls equal to a tier 8. But you'd have to go through all the steps, so 1 all the way to 8. Instead of each roll giving you 2 to 3 progress, it would be your degrees of success on every roll towards the progress.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yep.
I got that.
But yeah, you can get another Mimi. No, bad ants. Stop it.
I just need a quantum computer first.
Cool. All right. That's it for the next day.
No, you guys have been finishing up your day 4, right?
This is all
Wednesday.
Yeah.
I was still day 3. Oh, never mind then.
Yeah.
We haven't hit Thursday yet.
Day 3 is dead.
Thursday.
I think we got day 3 across the board. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Scratched out. Day 4. Okay, so talking. Anyone talking to somebody?
I have Steel Wolves,
Okay.
and I think that's the only day I'm really talking.
You also have your work.
And work, yes.
Unless the. Okay.
Yep. Oh, and I do have sparring with Skippy and Snips again.
Okay, cool.
Cody's working out. Cody's gonna go through his email for the first time ever, and Cody is gonna either try and find another spaceship they're willing to lose, or a giant asteroid.
Giant asteroid.
Yep.
I thought you weren't going to lose that ship so quickly, but you know what? Whatever.
Hey, it survived survived 2 jumps. Okay.
Survived more jumps than you expected.
Yeah. And I also did learn the guy's name, so there's that.
He will be immortalized in your eternal memory as that one guy
That
who went
guy.
bye-bye.
Yeah. That's why he's known as Eon, the first monkey that went into space.
Hey, it's my job to make the monkey jokes about all of you. Don't steal my shtick.
Okay. Liam, do you have any people you're talking to?
I'm gonna make one little trip over to the Misfits group.
Okay.
And
You go as
that's it.
Luna or investigator?
Huh?
You go as Luna or the investigator persona?
Luna.
Welcome. Miss Morgan.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome to the Oddball Agency.
I need some people for some hazardous work. Some hazardous materials analysis. I need somebody to go through some hazardous salvage.
All right. Is there a secrecy behind it, or is it just
Heavily.
dangerous?
Completely secrecy. I'm doing this for the boss.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a crew. They would have actually shipped out if it weren't for the emergency. So they've been looking for work. They're currently subcontracted to Sector 8, or sorry, Sector 12. Yeah. But if you're willing to provide them with a bit more lucrative incentive, they'll
Let me have a
switch
chat.
jobs.
Give me into contact. Let me have a chat.
Yeah. I'll give you a contact, and the team lead, so to speak, is this is Larry.
I got work for you.
What's that work?
Going through things that don't exist and can't exist once you
How
finish
can I
going
go through things that don't exist?
How are you going through things that don't exist currently?
That's a good question. I don't think I'm ready for that question.
Don't think about it, is the answer.
Well, I don't really look at it too hard. That's what I usually do.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Unless it's like covering dangerous stuff. And then I gotta look real hard and then handle it, and then I don't look real hard after that.
I got some boxes that don't exist.
Boxes, those are dangerous. Anything could be in a box.
Shipping containers. Big ones.
Those are big boxes, like super big boxes. They hold all sorts of mysterious
We
stuff.
talk in person.
I'm on job right now. I can't really talk.
You're in Sector 12, right?
Yeah, I'm on Sector 12. I mean, it doesn't exist.
I'll get a location ping. I'll get a location ping. I'll be there in a minute.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna show up at the job site.
Yeah. They're scrubbing radiation out of a very dangerous room.
She does not care.
Oh, you need to have a suit, because otherwise you'll be tracking radiation everywhere you go. Otherwise, we'll have to scrub you afterwards.
You can just decon me out You can just decon me on the way out. It's faster that way.
Whatever you.
I'm a robot.
Beep boop. I know those.
Beep
boop robots.
Cool. So here's the deal. I've got these big shipping containers.
Okay.
They're from a recycling center.
Okay.
I don't know what's in them.
Okay.
I do know they're from
just decam. We're not looking at things real close. We're just getting rid of the hazards.
Yeah, I need you to go through for hazardous.
100K box.
I do want to know what the hazardous material is when you find it.
I don't want
it gone.
Supplies used.
Oh yeah. So the plan is I don't want it gone unless it's completely unusable. But I want it separated from everything else. I want it safely.
So you want certain things pooper scoopered.
Basically.
Okay.
What's your charge?
Well, it's 100K box base rate, and then we'll charge you individually for cleaning supplies, and then anything we poop or scoop, let's say extra 50K.
Done. There's 38.
Okay.
I just transfer in advance for the base pay, and then I'll be like, whatever pooper scoops, then we'll handle.
Okay. We'll get a right work on it. Right after we finish decontaminating this room. Yep. We will have to bounce between this job and that job, but we'll get it done. Don't you worry.
Works for me. Decon me.
Okay. Hey, Joey. Give her the scrub over. Okay, boss. And it kind of comes over and just sprays you and literally scrubs you. with a brush and a long stick. All right, you good?
And she
Okay.
leaves. And I'll actually head back, and I'll be like,
Alright.
and I'm gonna head back to the oddballs. I'm gonna be like, and I need somebody to go. So that was for the hazardous. I actually needed 2 parts. I needed them, but I need another part. I need people to go through stuff, just the actual stuff.
The actual stuff.
Yeah.
Well, from the oddballs.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Cool. Got the first part of what I needed. The second part of what I need is people to go through the stuff, not just somebody to clean out the hazard.
Well, we got 2. We have a old world tech researcher who originally wasn't in. Well, they were a old world fanatic of
Cool. What's the other?
technology. He is old world. He's a very, very expensive old world engineer, combat engineer. He's a subcontractor, so you'll have to fight over time, but he's very expensive, and he would be able to identify pretty much anything you put in front of him.
It's his name. Oh, what was his name?
Heinrich Vostruck.
Heinrich? I know who just hired him recently.
Yes, he only does subcontracting work, which means if you're willing to pay for overtime work and it's in his schedule, overtime for him is extremely expensive. It's not 1.5, it's 2.5.
Let me meet the old world researcher there.
The researcher, remember the first guy?
The first guy, because Heinrich I can get in contact with and just subcontract out to him.
Yeah, this guy, you kind of meet him. He's wiry, he's wild, he's kind of the same look genre as Dr. James Wilstrom,
Yeah.
AI attorney rights at large. Kind of that type of genre. Old professor type of vibe, even though he looks young. He's like, oh, looks like I have company.
You
Come
do.
in.
I got a job I need done with the old world tech variety.
Do say more, please. Say much more.
I actually can't because I don't know what's in them.
Oh, well,
We
is this
have-
an archaeological dig?
We have some boxes.
Boxes? That's rather irregular.
Shipping containers. Large ones.
Extremely irregular. Do pray tell me they were not moved from the original site. Ugh.
Well,
imagine the damage.
They may or may not have had a certain thing applied to them of the ashes to ashes variety.
It's unthinkable. Yeah. Do you know how much history will be lost from such treatment and negligence?
Oh yeah, no. Why do you think I saved them? So here's the deal. I need somebody to go through them and not talk about what they find in them with other people if they find anything that can't be talked about.
Well, the information must be shared or it'll be lost.
Some of it can be shared, most certainly, but not until we know what's in there.
You don't understand. Too often, powerful groups of people or individuals hoard knowledge so that they can fulfill their ambition or greed. We must share the knowledge, spread it so it will not be lost. Our heritage, our histories, our legacies.
Right. I actually don't disagree. Neither does my boss. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Luna Morgan. I work for the Investigator.
Pleasure to meet you.
I work for the Investigator. I'm looking for subcontractors.
Oh, what? Oh, gosh, an investigator.
Yes, I'm looking for subcontractors to do something.
I will never work directly for an investigator. Maybe if it's third or second party, but never directly.
Well,
they stabbed you.
Well, I'm the head researcher for it, and I just need somebody to go through some boxes for me. Some shipping containers. The ashes to ashes shipping containers. I just need to find out what's in them and make sure there's nothing there that people are going to get executed for finding out about.
Executed? Oh, no, can't have that. Execution? This is why I would never work for an investigator. They always stare at you and expect things and lord words like
Do you want the work?
execution and
Do
treason.
you want the work?
I don't know.
I mean, if you don't, then I already got a name of somebody else I'm going to go to. It'll take longer, but, you know.
Well, if I'm not the only one working on it, there's a little bit of security in working as a group.
Well, you know, I've got a team that's going to be going through for hazardous materials already in advance
Yes, that
you
would
know,
be very fine.
because I know there's a few nukes in there.
Nuclear devices? What are you talking about? Why would there ever be such a thing?
Oh, it was all war materials from the old war.
No books? Or music? Or
I
art?
actually don't know.
Oh, it could be mixed in there.
It's okay, so here's what it is. There was this recycling facility, right?
I know the place! Those uncultured,
You can stop yelling.
unintelligible
Just stop.
idiots!
Stop yelling. Stop yelling, please. Anyway, got everything out of it.
Oh, so you're a man, a woman of culture.
Well, to be specific, the investigator didn't want them vanishing.
Yeah.
Because other people were going to make them go away and vanish into private
Yes,
vaults.
the investigator wants it to vanish into their own pocket, obviously.
Not from what I understand, but you know, you make your assumptions as you please. Point is, we got them. And I'm the one in charge of making sure they get gone through.
Well, there's my salary. As long as I have someone to guarantee my rights as a civilian and a
Can do.
person and my safety,
Can do.
then
We already the I will say safety wise, we already have somebody going through for hazardous materials. We don't know what's all inside is the problem.
250K a container for a base salary. I'll need at least 100 luxury debit per container for mental health, proper dieting, and of course the 1 cup of coffee every morning.
Sure, that works.
And I would like negotiation for specific objects so that they may be presented and restored.
Cultural objects, you can honestly, those were going to be shared.
Yes, I was going to have them
Let me put
preserved,
it.
restored, and sent back to Enigma to be given
Allow
to
me.
the museum.
Allow me to put it into some perspective. The investigator wanted any cultural items restored correctly and shared.
I'm a restoration specialist,
Good.
and
The
I would make
military
sure. Oh,
the military objects are the one that we're concerned about.
hmm.
Because
There
having
are
nukes go around is a problem.
Yes, of course. There are some military artifacts I would like to argue over. There are some specific iconic weapons that have gone missing, like the Mark One Gauss pistol. It is
Oh yeah, so happy to see those reproduced.
well, no, not reproduced. No. Preserved, refurbished, restored, and
You can
set up
keep at
in
least one
the
example.
military museum.
They're pretty much guaranteed to find at least one in this collection. There were tanks, after all.
Oh, yeah, that would be an absolute delight. I abhor war and violence, but they do have a story. They were the first weapons we were actually able to utilize to enforce the
So
social
here's the
order.
deal. Here's the deal. In exchange for the having the ability to make claims on certain items for the museum, 200K on the wreck, your luxury cred will up it to 500 for the inconvenience.
Yes. Very well. Remember, it's not claim. I wish to negotiate at the
Oh,
end.
I understand. I understand. You'll just have the first right to negotiation on them.
Of course. Mostly for cultural items. If it is entirely military in purpose, I want nothing to do with it. Although I will do my job and restore it as it I don't know how much I can restore military objects.
You think? We don't really know what was in it. We know that everything that was in there was mixed in with military objects, which is why their lots never got handled. But there is no guarantee as to what's in any of them because it was just stuff put into recycling
Of course,
lots
of course, of course.
in
Then
mass.
I will get my equipment. Let us begin after we do the legal bits, and I'm ready.
And there is going to be NDAs and the like attached to it.
Of course, I am a old hand at the NDAs, of course.
And a large part of them will be for the cultural items, not to be discussed until after everything else has been processed. And then once it's determined that it's safe, which I'm honestly, for cultural items, we're all going to agree on that. Yeah, no, it'll be, you can tell anybody, do
Dr.
whatever.
Gene Benali, pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Great.
Let me grab my equipment and let us go. He has a to-go roller case that he brings with him.
Well, we're not going right this second because I need to get the hazmat team out there first. Once they're done with it, then we go.
That is a shame. I was all ready to go and excited, but safety.
I can get you to one of the first containers that I know is safe. How about that?
Very well. I will start immediately. And remember, I may be a little slower, but I practice safety because that is one of the most important lessons we all learn from the Thunderhead. Safety first.
Yes. Very good. That is very good. I'm going to see about getting another gentleman on this as well to assist, one Heinrich.
Oh, yes, he will handle the nitty-gritty, dangerous military stuff. He knows that. We're acquainted. He's not that bad of a man. Doesn't say much. Very businesslike. Growly. I've never been growled at by a human before. It's
great. I'm going to get him in on it, too.
Oh, perfect. If you have him here on it, I don't need to worry about the investigator. He's an old hand at handling them. He says it's a specific approach. I don't know what that means for him.
Well, we'll find out one way or the other. I have to go actually talk to him. I'll get you arranged for where you need to go, and then I'm going to put you on one of the containers I know doesn't have anything hazardous, or at least that I can identify. But I know several that are, so just be careful.
Well, if you have a team to handle it, I feel safer already. But
great. And just Luna's going to send him the payment in advance once again for the containers. He just gets a hot chunk of cash.
He's very delighted. Oh, I can fund my research for some time.
I should hope so, with 7 million rec.
Oh joy. Oh my.
Yeah. And then stop by Heinrich.
It's just called the workshop. It's so plain. And he will let down his thing, and the workshop is pristine.
Hello. I'm looking for Mr. Heinrich.
I am him.
Great. Luna Morgan. I'm the head researcher for Investigator 112.
I have conditions for working for an investigator on any amount of work, even if it's tangential. I have nothing against it. I respect their work and I respect their goals, but there are a lot of strings when an investigator is involved, no matter how small. You surely know that.
Oh, no, I understand completely. That's why I'm not about to argue on that. I was going to tell you what the job is before we go over that, just so you are aware in advance for whatever calculations we want to make here.
Keep the information to an absolute minimum. No extraneous or extra information, bare minimums.
That was the plan here. I have some containers that need to be gone through. They don't exist. I don't really know what's in them. I know a large part of them is military in nature, and that's the extent of it.
Era?
pre-war and
So
during and post.
So something I would be specifically sought out for my specialty.
Precisely. I
Understood.
have another specialist is going to be working on it as well.
Who?
Dr. Benelli.
We are acquainted. I do trust him. He knows how to do
And
good work, efficient work.
And I have a hazmat team that's going to be going through them as well to eliminate particularly volatile materials as
You will lose a
necessary.
lot more than you think.
I have no doubt, but that's why I wanted somebody who knows what they're looking at as well, because I know there's materials in there that the hazmat team would consider volatile in the extreme.
So you'd be hiring me for hazardous work as well.
I would hire you for both, yes. More or less, I would be like to hire you as a form of supervisor in addition to your normal work.
Supervisor work is, as long as I'm not getting my hands dirty, that is a lot cheaper than me getting my hands into the
There's
mix.
38 containers.
That's a lot of containers. That's a lot of work.
That's why
I do buy hourly wage.
Perfectly fine.
I do have a project in the pipeline that has been paid for with an expedited process.
Mr. Banshee, I'm aware.
Yes. 2
We're
weeks.
acquainted.
I am, for the expedited process, 2 weeks. I have no openings in my schedule for 2 weeks.
Hmm.
So I may not be able to supervise a good chunk of the containers unless you want to wait. Because he's already contracted me and I do not double book.
That's fair. That's fair.
He says his project has some time constraints, and I'm trying to meet those constraints because he paid for the extra.
Oh, actually, I did mean to meet with you. I'm the programmer on it.
Well, perhaps I can reach out to you about getting the programs sooner to expedite the expedition.
I already have my list for when the programs will be ready, at least to an acceptable degree. I have the control program already in stock, and I just send him the specs of that tier 11 I traded for.
That is far beyond any specification I could have actually imagined. So
she shrugs mildly. I don't do halves.
Well,
not when
I will say this. With that in mind, I will have to redo my design. Fortunately, I have hardly started, but if that is what I am dealing with as the operating program, my design needs to be much more sophisticated.
As for the rest of it, for the scan programs and that's going to be attached, tier 8 is what we're looking at. Unfortunately, we wanted more, but that was the best we can do within the time limits required.
I see. I hate to ask, but since you both are attached, and due to the new price benchmark that I'm going to have to put for having the tier 11 operate to its maximum potential, how deep is Mr. Banshee's pocketbook? Because I'm going to have to pull some of my one-of-a-kind stock.
I have a budget assigned to me. I'll backwrite his project.
Of course.
Mostly because I did go a little overboard on getting the control program for him.
Indeed.
I got excited. What can I say?
Yes. Sometimes when we go a little overboard, it can have consequences.
Shrugs mildly. Either way, all the programs will actually be ready by next week, Monday.
Very good. I'll have it done and ready to go by next week, Monday. And then I need to work on the next machine for the next week because he has ordered a plethora of them.
Right, of course he did. As for how deep his pockets are, they're fairly deep. I have a bigger budget for obvious reasons.
Sure.
And I've been told to get this shit done, and if Banshee's project's in the way, I would rather just underwrite his project rather than try to push it out. Anyway, so conditions for working for this. I will tell you now that there is going to be some particular condition. One of the big conditions is that nobody involved in the project can identify what the containers are that we got the items from.
That'll be inevitable. I am very historied in container design.
I'm sure you can figure out what the containers are that we have without me having to explain.
1 moment.
I should be able to get this done in a second because honestly, I just need to get details, paperwork, money. Money needs to be spent. I think at this point, I just need money spent, don't I?
Cody, what do you have to do next?
1 moment.
After this, I just have rolls. I didn't really plan this. I wasn't going to do this like this, but like, since Nix isn't here, I was like, I might as well just finish that up then.
Sorry, my friend showed me a rare emulator he pulled up. It's Final Fantasy Advanced Tactics. We used to play that on the Game Boy SP.
Yeah, I remember that game.
In the old days. Long ago, ancient technology. Lost tech to those who would.
Cody. Yeah, so talk wise, Cody only has to talk to go through email, research on the fleet, and deal with the Atlas.
All right, email.
Yeah.
Well, I need to just get the final numbers for what I'm paying Heinrich because, like, I don't mind what he has for requirements.
Supervisor.
A combination of supervisor and hands-on because there's enough
supervisor.
Containers.
That's $300 an hour. His expertise is $750 an hour.
So basically combined $1,050 an hour if he does 8-hour days.
That's if he does 8-hour days, but he's not going to be able to do 8-hour days unless one of the two of you is willing to pay the expedited costs for extra overtime, and he does 2.5, not 1.5. He's an expensive man, but
I'm willing to do it because of what I'm working on.
Okay. Yeah, he will work a 6-hour day for you.
Okay.
But the last four of the 6 hours are at overtime. And that's 2.5 of the supervisor and the work price. Each container, there is going to be a flat bonus for every container he supervises and clears himself, and that's 10,000 a container plus 2% of a D rank budget.
Give me a second to write all this down.
Yeah.
So,
but
1,050 standard hours. 2625 double time for the last 4. The first 2 for the 2 standard hours.
he was in
how
charge
much for a box?
It's 10K a box
and a D rank
and 2% of a D rank.
All right.
That's upon full completion, no matter what he finds, no matter what he has to deal with, no matter the mystery or the difficulty. It's just a flat fee.
Cool. Yeah, he's in then. And I'll pay the prices for his OT.
Even with his hours wise, he is literally overbooked because of Nix for 2 weeks. But after that, he can.
Yeah. So he's not going to really be on for 2 weeks.
Right. He's not going to be on for 2 weeks. But you have Mr. Benali, and
he'll be able to get plenty done. And I'm going to lose some hazardous materials to the hazard team that I could have saved, but whatever.
Yeah.
Not
But
not
it's
really looking
it's
for
actually a matter of
bioweapons.
time for some of the hazardous materials because it'll chew through some of the content, and it's better to lose the hazardous materials than to lose stuff.
Exactly. I'm not worried. Like I said, I'm not worried about the hazardous materials.
Yeah,
Not really.
and yeah, he's expensive, but he's very fair, and he has. I think there's only been one complaint ever logged against him,
hmm
and it was actually a complaint about a guy who turned in the thing, and it was perfect work, and the guy was like, "Well, how the hell am I supposed to use this?" It's like, well, you never said anything about usability. You wanted it restored. I thought this was to be a mantelpiece, so I restored it to its original condition. I didn't understand you were going to use it. Are you an idiot? And yeah, it was a file of rudeness, unprofessionalism. How you can't talk to your customers like that. Um,
Hilarious.
Poor anticipation of customer needs.
So, what is his thing for working for investigators that he's like?
There is 2 stipulations. He will sign a NDA that he has put together, not the litany of DTA or NDAs that you will provide him. It's very
Actually,
comprehensive, but it's very protective of him. But it's still an NDA, do not non-disclosure agreement.
hilariously, she only has like a single NDA for her standard work that she actually does because she doesn't see a point in having multiple NDAs when you can just have one large comprehensive one.
Yep. The second one is no arbitrary changing of agreement,
Oh, easily done.
because investigators, because of their power, can just fucking show up and be like, all right, yeah, it's still
I'm
same pay, still same
altering the
terms, but
deal.
we're now doing this. And it's like,
I'm altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it again.
precisely. And he's
Yeah,
just like,
I'm not playing. No, he's like, no, we don't play that game. It's fine. She's just signing it.
yeah,
She's like, we don't play that game anyway, so no one's about to make a stink about
that's
that.
his only stipulation. Or his only stipulations is if it's
Done.
non-disclosure, it's his form and no just arbitrary changes. That's all he cares about.
Done. Easy. Moving on.
Okay, perfect.
Because all I got left is rolls, and honestly, I wouldn't have even gotten all this done. I wasn't really going to do this until I realized that we had a man down, so we actually had a little more free time for me to do this type of thing.
All right, so Char, you got any other conversations?
So besides the emails,
Which you need to go over still.
it's going to make sure to tell the base commander, the ace, and Dr. Rogers, and whoever monitors the space above Ares base, that he is going to move a asteroid not into like orbit, but if there's an asteroid that randomly appears over, the Ares base,
Just put it under the testing, under the Leah project. Just go direct to Dr. Rogers. You don't need to go to the other people. Just be like, Dr. Rogers, we're going to do some testing with some asteroids. And it's like, oh, good. About time.
yeah. Essentially, just make sure it's cleared.
Yeah, it's clear. If you go to Dr. Rogers, it's instantly cleared. Just, get the work done.
Yeah.
As for your emails, Lexi's handled most of, if not all of the emergency and you must fill out this form and all that type of stuff. But you're left with a lot of personal emails, a lot of invitations to scientific discussion forums. There's a couple. Would you care for a luncheon or a dinner meeting for a meeting of the minds? It's the scientific community trying to reach out to you, but you're just fucking unreachable because you never check your damn email.
Cody's going like, oh my god, I didn't even know I had emails.
You have over 1,000 personal emails of people trying to reach out to you, of They want to
Holy
know who is
shit.
Cody, and they want to know how, like, are you up to the genius that you've been hyped to? Like, they want to pick your brain. They want to ask you questions. They want to pull you into the scientific community at large, not just the lead department.
Yeah, Cody's gonna accept like an invitation to go have a lunch. And I'm like, hey guys,
There's
want to
at
join me on this?
least over 300 people, different people. Each of them had sent multiple requests, even if it's
Uh,
just a correspondence, let alone a meetup. Going through
uh,
this will be a lengthy bit because Lexi just kind of was like, I handled all the other important stuff, but personal correspondence, I'm not built for this.
No, that's fair. I'm not really built for this either. And yeah, Cody's just gonna accept like the most recent one because the rest feel out of date at this point.
If you want to have appropriate amount of time, it'd be 3 DTA for a long discussion, 2 for really getting to know the person, and then 1 just for the dinner hour or the lunch hour. Depends on how much you want to allot that amount of time.
Well, I spent like I devoted like 3 hours to like dealing with my email situation. For 3 times to devote to that. So
fuck ton of emails, but you're able to categorize it. Every scientific major person on base and the departments have reached out to you. Every single one of them.
Oh my god. Yeah, Cody's gonna go for mech building, apartments for like a lunch for like 2 hours.
All right. Are you only going to meet with one, or do you want to meet with a whole bunch of them?
A whole bunch.
Okay.
Because essentially Cody's gonna, a whole bunch
It
of
turns
meetings.
into more of a banquet in a private room. It'll cost you about 20 luxury debit to host.
Sure. I'll make it really fancy and go
25.
for 40.
Oh, 40. So you're going to get some alcohol in there, some expensive stuff.
Yeah.
With 40, you can even get a bottle of whiskey in there.
Yeah.
Not one of Thunderhead's whiskey, but something made on base, something nice. So go ahead and roll me 8d100, because 8 people will be part of the banquet. And these guys are pretty damn smart, and they're not cultivators. Not a single one of them.
Oh, I got a 1.
That's
everyone is very animated. This is they finally got a response, and they were the first ones to get a benefit from the meeting of Cody. He finally broke his radio silence, and it goes very well. But everyone's always talking shop. This is what they do. This is what they breathe. And it's absolutely fascinating because they start to talk about the history of the designs, of progression, straight from the Mickey upwards. And one of the guy goes, not sure why they did it. Mech designs are probably the most inefficient thing I've ever witnessed. Everyone's like, why are you in our department? Trying to make the most inefficient war machine efficient again.
And what is so inefficient about it?
It's slower than the starfighters, carries less armaments than the bombers. It cannot do what a warship does. The only thing it can do in the niche position it is in war is its very odd utility. And yet, most of our best resources and our best pilots are mech aficionados. They're completely devoted to mechs. I find it rather strange. Very strange.
What would
But
you
then,
replace the mechs with then?
actually, it's after my research, I actually found out why.
Why is it?
It's a direct representation of them. You can't emulate you in a ship. You can't emulate you as a combatant or a warrior in a vehicle that's not shaped like a humanoid. It's the cultivator projection of self-image onto the vehicle they pilot, and they're best able to commune and operate those horribly inefficient machines of war, and they become far more deadly and efficient than they should be.
I see.
The more human shaped it is, or more shaped it is in the image of the pilot, the more attuned you can become with the object.
So you're saying if I was to create a mech in my own personal image,
The more human shaped and the more shaped it is in your image, the more attuned you can become with it. You don't want it to be a direct image of you. You want it to be foreign enough that you cannot see your face or any particular feature. You want it to be a war machine. Your mind has to go, this is lethal. This is machine of war. But the more human and less machine it looks, the more you can become attuned to it. The resonances of the cultivation is more profound, and you can build it significantly higher with more stability. It has the ability to become more. And that is, through my data, why certain machines are better than others in the hands of cultivator peers around the same level.
fascinating.
It's very fascinating.
I would like to hire you.
Oh. A lot of people would. I
would,
am
yes.
no slouch in my department.
I imagine not.
I would be willing to do some side work for you. I would be very expensive, as is my expertise. I do a lot of personalized custom work, specifically in my theorycraft field. I've had positive response across the board.
That's fascinating. You know, since we're here and talking shop and not business, I would hate to ruin the mood, but if you would be willing to come by my office or come by yours later tomorrow.
Absolutely. No problem. Set the time and date. Well, we can discuss it at the end, but we're here for only a couple hours. So let's
Drink and be merry.
let's talk shop, but not business. Overall, collectively, their opinion is the best mech sizes are the medium and the large variant. Every
Mhm.
other mech size is either too niche or has one specific job that it is meant for and should not ever stray outside that job or risk death. Unless under emergencies, of course.
Yeah.
Now, the only way you would ever fall outside of that is if the mech was specifically designed for it, but don't fall out of that custom job. Light mechs are for scouting and targeting and information gathering.
Mhm.
You're just not built for anything but. Medium mechs, that's their favorite. It's small enough. You can put enough of a lethal package on it. It can do pretty much anything you want it to do because it covers all of the fields. And it truly is the sweet spot, the Goldilocks zone for mech design for them. The large mech, it's literally just a large or medium mech to them. You can do more, you can carry more.
It's slow.
But anything beyond that, it's a waste of parts. To them, it's just a fucking waste of parts. You can do everything you should need to do on a large frame if you're desperate for just the extra just bit of more that you want your mech to do. Don't go anything past the large frame, because after that it's just a waste. You're gonna get shot to pieces because you stand out.
You're slow.
You're slow. Like, it's worthless. And yes, there are over-engineered, not so pieces of crap that are the outliers. Sure. But how many of those are there out there, really? Stick to medium, stick to large. They are bust. Unless you want to be eyes on the field, then go to small. There are some really good scout designs out there, and these guys are just like, go check all this stuff out. And that'll actually get you access to the parts catalog that these guys go through. So that massive list of armors and frame and alloys, you'll get a very large catalog of it. And you can go through the mech department to get those materials. They'll charge a markup, but not big enough that they normally would. It's mostly we had to go out and get it and ship it to you. And this markup covers the shipping and the moving of the material because they want to be friends.
Yeah.
So any of the alloys, with the exception of the ones that are 4 through 2 RAA, so rarity and availability, they can get their hands on just same day. Any of the RAA values of 4 through 2, we'll have to roll, and it may be difficult for them to get their hands on it, but they will damn try. Same with armors and metals for frames.
Good to
know. And the other part of the one is they have an actual intact, fully built, medium-size series steel frame. You cannot customize it. You cannot do anything to it other than equip it and build it. And they're looking for a buyer.
For a full medium series steel frame?
Yes, not recycled. Full series. Somebody ordered it. It got remanded.
I might have someone who will buy it off you guys.
It is already pre-customized. You don't get a choice as to anything about it. And the size, the weapon slots, any of that. Like, you don't get any choice. It's already been pre-built, pre-designed. Everything else about it is customizable because it's just the frame.
Yep.
And it's medium size, but the price on it is 55 million rec, let alone the 1500 B rank budget they're going to ask for. And they're going to want some mesh tech. But it's the only fully it's a full series steel frame.
And again, I think I know somebody who will take it. Not me, because I ain't moving it.
You're just like, that's the asking price. Yeah. It's negotiable for barter. They'll take extra barter to really knock down the price, of course, or trade or whatever. But that's if they had to take cash.
Okay.
Oh, they do mech trades. Oh, if it has some special somethings, they'll do some trades. Tell you what. It is alloyed. It has 2 alloys in it. but
Okay.
they will only go over the details of it with the special buyer, like a
Okay.
serious buyer, because they had a lot of offers, but just no one really could even support the asking price.
I was thinking that would be a good thing for the intermech.
They could, yeah. It's a medium though.
Yeah, I don't mind a medium.
You don't mind a medium? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But it's pricey as fuck. All right,
Yeah.
so that'll be your meeting. You went over your emails. Great. So Cody, for the rest of your day, you only have rolls.
I only have rolls, and that's to
Go for rolls.
go get a asteroid and put it on top of Ares.
All right, make some rolls. We'll finish your day. Liam, anyone you're talking to, or just rolls?
Last of this rolls.
All
I
right, once
was
Cody's
gonna
done with
make a
his rolls,
purchase,
go
but
for
that's
rolls.
it.
A
All right.
purchase? What purchase?
Well, after hearing about somebody's interest in Jackie's interest in the whatchamacallit, the stuff for technique for whatchamacallit, key. Yes, key techniques. I was gonna see what's in the special storehouses of
There's a
Thunderhead for it.
book. It's a martial arts book. Old techniques. It's considered useless because most cultivators don't even deal with key, and it's a waste of time.
Cool. How much do they want for it? How much does Thunderhead want for it?
100 rec.
You want it? I'm gonna buy it one way or the other. I'm seeing if you want
yes. Yes.
because it's fascinating. Is this Potentia infused, or is it just a book?
Yes. Yeah, it's actually one of the heaviest potentially infused books you come across in a while.
Hmm. Well, once you're done reading through it, I do want it back for my collection, and so
Sure.
I can study it as well. It'll actually let you know that she actually has a very big collection of Potentia books.
It
if
is
you want to go
a
through them.
emulation of very iconic animals and a portrayal of their spirit or aura. So there's the tortoise or
Crane
the turtle,
style.
there's the eagle, there's the mantis, the tiger. Like, has a technique for all of these different animals, but it requires key. And that's nuts because there's only a couple people who understand key techniques or have key in the first fucking place. And these are not easy to do. These are actually full on martial arts that require key.
This also be
Stamina.
how Jackie finds out that I have an entire library of Potentia books.
Yeah. So
enjoy that.
What's the negative to move the asteroid?
negative 300.
Negative 300.
Without juice. That is
Yes.
you rolling without having juice with you.
Yes. Cody is going to at least bring 10 canisters with him.
You'll actually only need 4 if you
4?
hyper energize them.
Yeah.
Like you guys have been practicing. Because each one counts as 100 energy units and will reduce the negative by 100 if you hyper juice it. The 4th one is for contingency. Just in case there's just not enough or you need a good bit more.
Yeah.
But you can move a 2,500 ton chunk of ice with 4 hypercharged Leah canisters in your formula.
Yeah. And that's what Cody's going to try and do.
Just a quick question.
You just roll Holyverse at that point.
Yeah.
Are you putting it through your highway pretty much towards Earth, or where are you directing this asteroid?
Oh, this asteroid's coming above Ares.
Okay.
Planets.
Yeah, he's just jumping it around system. He's not moving it towards Earth.
Essentially, we're putting it over Ares, so that's why we can then build it, the rest of the system, and then do a jump to the outer edge. We'll do a jump to Enigma after that. or
Yeah.
someone plays at equal distance.
You can also have some poor Leah Tech carve out a chunk of the ice to make an ice statue of Leroy.
Yes, that's what we'll also
Him
do.
at the helm. He's there in spirit.
Right. So Cody is putting a lot of effort into this.
It's actually just a holy roll. Or holy fist roll. Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
20 degrees?
Cody put a lot of effort. Cody put a lot of effort into this.
Well, Cody, with that one, it gives you the next inspiration, and you got it. You and Ashley look at each other like, oh, that's it. We have a numerical value per material for the energy involved. You have a chart. You have a massive chart.
Please tell me the asteroid you found is one that's just chock full of different minerals. So it's
It
just
is.
like
Absolutely it was. It was specifically picked like that on purpose. It's not
Mhm.
just pure ice. It's got all sorts of debris, and it's a nightmare. But they picked it on purpose because of its difficulty. And using your chart, you just continually teleport it around without flaw. Leroy sitting at the helm going, onwards into space! You know, nothing happened. You got it.
Yes.
And you jump it to Enigma. Perfect landing. Very accurate with Alexi on the helm. Like within specifications. Actually within 10 meters of the predicted landing spot. And every time you jump, she gets a little bit better and a little bit better. And you can get it within 3 meters predictably.
Nice. And Cody will, while we're over Enigma, tell the Thunderhead that they've done it.
Go here when you are ready. Take everything of that you need, all your staff, anything you need to request will be provided. We're to go to the shipyard. And you are to move the smallest ship, fully staffed, everyone on it. We're running out of time.
Yes, Thunderhead. Right away.
I recommend your next step is actually building a module so that once you've moved the ship, they can move themselves in the same manner. But we need to move the ships first. You can install such a device and test it at a later time. We just need the ships in system.
Can do.
If you need Leah, it will be provided in whatever quantities you need to move those ships. Do not mistake cutting corners. Do not make the mistake of feeling that you may not have enough. There is going to be enough. I will make sure of it.
Understood.
If every numbered base on Enigma has to give up all of their Leah on hand, I will make it happen. Get the ships to Ares so we have a chance at survival.
Understood.
If you can, bring one of the repair ships or as many as you can with you. I am detecting a vast Leah jump inbound for Ares on the backside of the system at the end of about 10 days.
Yes, that would be one of the fleets from the front.
That's nice and all, but I'm detecting a scattering of fragments. A Leah scatter shot. That means those ships are not coming in whole. They're coming in shattered, broken, damaged. And you're going to need fire teams ready to put out whatever fires come crashing into the system. It's more of an emergency jump than a planned jump.
Understood. And Cody is going to get us back to Ares base.
You arrive with your Leroy statued chunk of ice. It's just a little statue at the very front tip. Him sitting at his command seat with his little command board, him pointing out, smile on his face, just pure joy. Into the unknown.
And Cody is going to tell the ace and the base commander about the incoming debris.
At least we have some heads up for something for once. It'll be handled.
Understood. I will be leaving tomorrow.
Do what you need to do. Whatever you need, the base will provide it to you.
Understood.
And if Dr. Rogers doesn't comply, well, he's an idiot for one, and two, we'll make it happen.
Yes, I'm going to have to borrow one Margrave.
Talk to the individual who Margrave is attached to. That's something I can't actually promise, but I will put in a very strong recommendation.
Why do you want my junior investigator?
As I don't want the other junior investigator.
What are you... I will stop paying attention. What are you trying to do with my junior investigator?
Oh, I am giving you my other junior investigator, and I'm going to take Margrave with me to the shipyards.
Needs a minder.
Oh, so you're trying to swap minders.
Mm-hmm.
While he's at the Thunderhead shipyards.
What is the safety of your jump systems right now?
He's got
100%.
it perfect.
Perfect.
He
as
rolled
in
a
one
fucking
perfect.
1 on Holy Verse.
Yeah,
With 20 degrees of success, he's got it.
I'm asking that more out of a formality reason.
Yeah.
Yes, it is 100%.
Because I'm ensuring the safety of my junior investigator before I ask her to go with you.
Oh, question. Is that my second check mark in Holyverse?
Yes, it is.
Yes!
Alright. You know what? Tell you what. I will approve if you give me my goddamn hard drive with the Spectrum stuff back.
Prism?
Oh.
The one with the prism.
The Prism stuff?
Formula.
Yes. I want that back.
I completely forgot I still have that. Go ahead, here, have it.
Yeah, sure you did. I'll make sure that it's still intact and actually on there.
Did you fuck with it?
Cody, now he's too stupid to fuck with it, I want to say.
Too dense.
Yeah. The as
Good.
celebration, Ashley's going to take you to your favorite sexy time bar.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll tell Margrave, he needs a babysitter again. Are you willing?
Always. I'm your second. Whatever you need. Whatever needs to be done.
You're going to be retrieving the fleet, so it's important.
Of course.
Make sure he gets it done right.
Always. I am there to make sure that he takes every step necessary for the success and the moving of one of our most valuable resources. There cannot be any errors, slip-ups, or negligence.
Agreed. Thank you, Margrave.
Always. She kind of goes about her business. She doesn't hum or whistle. She just
Luna
continues on.
Luna always does. She's always humming something when she's busy. Okay, I'm going to do my DTA rolls, and I have to get off because I gotta start getting dressed for work.
Egads.
So the first one is literally just to make sure I don't fuck up on the last bit for upgrading Mimi to tier 8.
Do it!
Oh look, they're all below my demarcation of success.
Oh my gosh.
And the rest of it is actually working on the Droidica.
Okay.
Because I'm doing the disassembly, studying the shield unit, and then I'm starting to reverse engineer the body.
Okay, cool.
What stat do you want me to roll for disassembling this thing? Just tech use?
Yep. Unless you have a robotics specialty.
I do not, somehow. Of all the things. I have nano, I have...
Boop.
How do I not have animatronics? I'll deal with that later.
Okay, yeah. You, tech use will be perfectly fine. That's...
Yeah, I was just getting my mark before I write... Actually, roll it, because I'm putting... well, we'll start with that.
Do
Um...
it!
This is research that I get my double successes, but I don't get...
Your programming bonus.
Yeah, I don't get my extra shit. Anyway, long story short, I just need to roll the... I'll start with the 5d100 for the disassembly. Sorry, that's supposed to be 4, because I rolled that one first.
Easy mode. Look at you go.
Easy. Shield unit, that's going to take 13 to do the... Okay, no single digit, so I didn't speed that up at all. So that's reverse engineering the shield unit.
Is that the one we found in the crew quarters?
Nope, this is for a droidica that Nyx gave me a while ago.
Okay, cool.
And then that's the last of it for working on the body. Go ahead, what you're going to say?
The shield unit's actually pretty nifty. It emulates a little bit of the Pixie shield generator concept and the Bear shield concept, and combines a little bit of both into a micro system or micro shield personal field. Now, the power requirements on that sumbitch is not something so easy, but the Droidica does come with the power core required. It needs 3 power. And for a personal unit, that's ludicrous. But for personal weapons, it ignores. For human-shaped weapons, it ignores 20 damage. And then it has a ablative shield that does recharge of 10 after that. And if the shield goes down, unfortunately the Pixie field goes down. But overall, it doesn't do much against lasers.
How much did you say you did for the shield unit on recharge?
It has it for how long it takes to recharge?
Yeah.
2 turns of not getting hit.
Okay. Why? Wait, it doesn't do anything against shields? It's weird. Or against lasers?
It has a shield of 10, but ignores the first 20 damage.
It's weird that it's just weird that it doesn't do well against lasers, because that's usually the opposite.
No, I'm talking about it doesn't do well against mech weapons.
Oh, no, nothing does.
So, but it does. Yeah, it suffers from overload, but it ignores AD. So it's particularly good against Gauss.
I'm going to need to get that installed in my body, and it'll reduce my operational time, but not by such a horrible degree. Cool, that's my rolls done for that, and I have to get off so I can get dressed for work and then, go to fucking work.
Don't leave us, no.
Oh,
We want to play more and do more.
Too bad, I got to. Later.
You can't do what you used to do on your previous work site.
I am at a sorority house, sitting at a security desk in the front lobby. People pass me all the time.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Later, guys.
Hey, Liam. So,
as a note, Cody does send a message to Jackie letting her know that Friday's canceled.
So, the first thing 4-hour work, so roll for things.
Yep.
47.
Yeah. Tell me what you want. What you really want.
I mean, it's random, Matt. How I can't really tell you what I want here.
What's your plan? Tell me. I want it. Give it to me.
So the work roll is done.
Okay.
I got 2 downtime actions for Seawolf's discussion and cultivation.
Are you spending any of your work hours in Sector 12?
No, this is a non-Sector 12 day.
Okay. Roll me 1d100 for happenstance.
Happenstance. Okay.
You're in your office. You're not in Sector 12. You're more approachable. Someone's going to come to you through Victor, specifically about asking for a rather ludicrous amount of resources.
Oh.
For research purposes, of course.
What
The
is
request that comes across your desk it looks rather absurd almost immediately. But this guy has a specific blueprint or schematic or a harebrained idea for a huge size category flamethrower.
I see.
Yes. It is interesting to look at, because as you look at it, it's like, well, it's a huge slot, so not a lot of people can handle this, but the damage on it is a little scary.
What's the fuel source?
It uses the normal standard fuel source. It's called the
Interesting.
Purgatory Bellows.
All right.
He has seen a copy of it somewhere on the front a long time ago. And it's a predator killer.
Yep, for sure.
It's particularly good at close range fucking combat because it's a flamethrower. But it's hard to handle. It uses a huge slot. It produces a lot of heat itself. It gives a hell of a lot of heat. It also hurts really bad. It also has there's something about the design that infuses ignition weapon technology into the flamethrower fuel.
All right.
So if it ever burns to the armor, it burns the entire frame structure underneath if it touches the frame. Just completely burns it out. So if you get a torso, the whole frame burns. It's just complete just death. He would like to have permission, because he has one. He has the machine, or he has the weapon itself.
Yeah.
He would like a lot of resources and staff, and just some creature comforts for him and his staff, a lot of luxury debit, to reverse engineer it so that it is available to be manufactured on the base for those who want it. But it's a huge weapon size.
All right. So what I'm getting from this is that he's gotten it from the front.
Yes, he's beaten around the bush finally, and he kind of talked himself into, I got something.
Okay.
If you don't want to sponsor it, he's willing to just sell you the weapon on the cheap, so he can go to another thing.
I have something better. I'll direct him to the Aces, Ace on Base, and Nyx, because Nyx is getting a huge weapon slot for his mech. And the Ace is the only other person I can think that would have a huge weapon slot available for it.
Nope. Nyx is the one you want to send him to.
Nyx, yeah. So
the Ace will have no desire for that because their mech is completely built.
Yeah, 100%. I figured that as much. I just wanted to give that option. All right, sounds good.
Yeah, no, this guy is like, oh, well, yeah, of course, yes, thank you. We will go talk to this guy.
Yep, it's my duty to delegate.
As for your other role, an alloy comes across your desk.
All right, is that the 47?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting. Alloy is this thing.
Yeah.
Donati alloy.
Donati?
Donati.
Donati.
It is interesting because what the Donati alloy allows the mech to do is it gives, no matter the shield unit, even if it's a pixie, or any shield unit, period, it increases shields by 3.
Very cool.
And it doesn't have any power requirements. It doesn't weigh the mech down. It just, if you infuse it into the frame,
Yep.
it has a shield resonance, an energy field resonance that
Right.
just enhances shields, period, no matter what it is. You can swap shields anytime. It's 3 points better.
Very nice.
It is particularly sought after for individuals using the Pixie shield, because the Pixie does, it's not a flat shield. Every incoming attack is
It's
reduced by
reduced.
2 damage.
Yeah, and this would give
This
it...
increases it by 3, so it's
Yep.
5 damage reduction. It basically nullifies missiles, period.
Yeah, the only issue is the heat generation.
Yeah, that's the heat generation. But honestly, if it makes you immune to missiles, it might be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Because each missile does 1d4 plus 2, 82, or it does 1d4 plus 1. It makes you immune to LRMs, basic LRMs, because they do 1d4 plus 1. But if it's an LRM 20, you just gained yourself 20 heat if you got hit by all of it. But for Pixie Shield users, you're usually a light mech or a medium mech, because you don't have a lot of room. Pixies aren't that demanding, other than the heat issue. And, it's the only thing you're really going to get thrown at you as a small mech user is stuff that can actually lock onto you. So, yeah. There's nobody that comes in after it. It's just another piece of supply that just got rolled in. So you can actually find that on the frame page.
Yeah, I was already looking at that. Yep. Special properties.
Yeah. Oh, it's rather curious. And yeah. So if you're a shield mech user, that's pretty big.
That's pretty dope.
Big.
So for my 2 Steel Wolves discussion cultivation downtime actions, I'm actually going to pair that with my SSS I had with Skippy and Snips. I'm going to bring them to the Steel Wolves as well for discussion. So I'm going to make it 4 downtime actions for Steel Wolves with Skippy and Snips.
Okay. All right. Do you want them to teach you something in particular, or you just want to chat and vibe?
I am going to be focusing on, what do I have? Black Potentia, because I need to, I want to see what their thoughts are on that and how they deal with it, if possible. Because trauma is a big thing from the Iron Eaters, and Steel Wolves originate from the Iron Eaters, so I'm wondering what their thoughts are.
It is a pursuit of power. It truly is. If anything of the cultivator ideology, practices, standards can be scrutinized and labeled, particularly Black Potentia, no matter how it's acquired by accident, through desperation, through design, ambition, It is the embodiment of power. But body, while it may be strong, the mind is the chink in the armor.
I think Matt just got called. Oh.
Sorry, I'm handing off the bug spray can. We got a bunch of explorer ants, and we're trying to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yep, you got to get them before they go back and be like, "Hey, let's come here more."
There's food here. Like I had a problem where I would wake up at one moment and the entire wall that has the window on it, because I'm on the ground floor,
Yeah.
is covered in ants. And I'm just like, oh my god, what did I do? I left the plate out once.
Every spring we get the ant traps ready to go. So
yeah, no, we're starting to get explorer ants, but I'm not getting the deluge that I'm dreading.
And the reason I want to do this is because of my union that we talked about.
Yeah. Okay. Skippy actually is like, yeah, it's super powerful, but it's also really hard to sometimes use thinking and stuff. Because there's always some voice that's like, ugh, dirty, evil thoughts. So if you already have a voice in your head, you don't want another one. That's for certain. So, discussions, particularly, we're going to be individual for each of your members, Snips and Skippy.
Sounds good.
They're all going to get their own teaching, their own discussion.
And that's why I wanted to bring them.
Yeah, they'll each get something out of it. Snips will most likely get the healing she needs. Skippy will most likely get some really difficult answers she's been looking for. They're not fun, those answers, but at least somebody's willing to talk about it.
Yeah.
What do you want to spend this coveted small time you have allotted yourself?
Awareness of self. It seemed that yesterday's talk it came back to awareness, so I think it's something to focus on.
How do you view, especially in your new state, awareness?
I view it as many roots spreading out to different nodes that kind of feel hard, but also hard and solid, and also living with a pulse of potentia as it kind of goes throughout my body through the pathways I've built with my nano cradle. And it's a machine. It's a system.
Of course. Okay. Well, yes, this particularly because you have new existence. You have transformed. Some would say transcended. Personal opinion on that, but do you . view yourself as more or less because of your new body.
The only reason I would feel less is that I'm not human anymore. And it's possible that I've lost my humanity in the process. But at the same time, I feel more because I'm going down my path.
Never discount yourself as not human. The moment you start thinking yourself not human, then that may become your reality.
It's a fear, and unfortunately, I have those.
Fear
But
is transcendent of humanity. It is a universal. Even machines fear. So, if you value your humanity, hold on to it. All of its goodness, all of its flaws, all of its bad, all of its benefits. That does not mean you are any less human for becoming something else. But take what you think is humanity and don't forget it, even if you become more in your state. Because you aren't human. And you can never be human, but that doesn't mean you can't have humanity. But in your age and your new gifted body, the more you aren't human, less humanity you will have, but that doesn't mean you aren't humane.
she'll take that in.
It's a series of concepts. It's a series of outlooks. It's a series of practice. What you're most likely looking for is passion, empathy, sympathy, the good parts of the human condition.
Belonging. That's one of the things she desires the most.
You will always belong. The
So I,
Thunderhead is so different than every single person that it keeps under its umbrella and within its confines.
and that's why I chose the Iron Eaters.
Precisely. And your new self, you are strange to it. It is alien to you because you are not only still in development, but it's your new infantile body. And it is going to be difficult to move from the outlook and expectations and understanding of your old body to the new one. But it's also the perfect time to expand your awareness like you liked. You have infinite more control over every single aspect of your person. In fact, you have some unique opportunities that others just do not have. A recommendation, actually, we can provide you almost immediately is the awareness of a body, a machine, and or the physical self. All of the senses are at the head: sight, taste, hearing, smell. But the rest of your physical body, it only has touch. How do you get internal awareness on a grand scale with a normal body? It's far too complex because all the senses are in a single area and you can't look inward. With your body, you have infinite approaches to how you wish and how you can see inwards. In fact, you have some of the most convenient opportunities. Just like a specific module for self-diagnostic, why don't you devote nano clusters whose entire job is to tell you how your body is doing at every time and grant them the full sensory privileges that the head would receive? And more, because you are not just human, you have more senses than humans ever could. In fact, you have 7 more senses than humans have as a entity who is machine, but also still retaining the original 5 senses of human.
If you would permit me, I begin cultivating.
And we will resonate with you to help you on your journey.
So I'm going to leave Snips and Skippy to leave when they wish, but I'm going to be spending the rest of my, I think. Okay, so that was 4 to
The Steel Wolves, it's
yeah.
a really interesting interaction with these things. They are some of the weirdest and most qualified authority on cultivation, but they also want nothing in return other than the satisfaction of being a teacher.
Feel like that's probably Shangri-La in a sense as well. Same mindset and a thought, except in a different way, because
Yeah, and they teach you some serious potent techniques, and they have some really strong philosophy and advice. But it's also you accepting teachings of a mech who's supposed to be a tool for war. So it's about outlook, and it's about prejudice.
So for the next 14 hours I had them set for cultivation internal of the nano cradle, and then
Right.
I have the rest. There's the last one, external potentia, into doing my next external into my nano cradle. So I'm just going to take this all in. I'm going to do my rolls. My rolls are attached with, since it's the nano cradle, wood and metal, so double potency. And for the very end of it, I'm going to be doing a influence roll to grow my nano cradle. And I'm going to be using 4 my charges of inspired for this roll.
Inspiration.
For a plus 40 to this influence roll. And there's going to be magnet attached as well with all the other fun bits. So
you'll get the plus 10s, but you'll also get the effect of applied inspiration to it.
Yeah, that's all I can ask for. So I already have them all set. I don't know if because it's double potency you want me to roll for potential for these, but
absolutely, because you could absolutely bomb or just completely kill it.
Alrighty, so let's see how I go. So here is my potentia. Do I have any bonuses for my location?
You have no negatives because of your location.
Okay. So there's that one. Good start.
Where's your plus 40?
This is for the potential roll for the internal ones.
Good start.
Yeah, like I said. I'll take the fire and flames though.
Yeah, it's a new day. Go for it.
Okay. Gorgeous. That's what I like to see.
Well, it has to be rolled better. That's unfortunately the rules of his machine.
I mean, it is what it is. There's a single digit. I like that. That's much better. Yeah. That's so passing is an additional, and single digits are +1 as well. I don't know if you're doing it for the internals as well. I don't know what that will do, but there's that one.
You do need to specify which roll has magnet and the inspiration attached to it, though.
Yes, I already have that. That's for the last external potential roll.
Okay.
I've put it in so I didn't know when we would have magnet and when we wouldn't have magnet and stuff like that. Like for example, what am I trying to say? I put it in my downtime plans beforehand of when I would use magnet because I didn't know, because I know I have them 4 per session, but I didn't know how long the sessions would go for, and I don't know if they would reset.
We're here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm going to use it on my later stages. Do you want it for all downtime actions for this, or just for the just to get what I want to do? Because I have
magnet will be designated. All the non-specialized roles, the ones you didn't use for inspiration, magnet, or any other special ability, just roll the 1d100.
Because I have 8 downtime actions for the Nano Cradle, pretty much. For actually, no, wait, no, it's only 4. It's only 4 downtime actions because it's 2 for 1. And so I'll just roll the next 3 for this one here. Fail, fail, fail. Okay, so there's that one. So 1, 2, 2, 3. I'll be using my next 3. These just for the last one there, I suppose. Here is for the next one. 2. Okay, 1's a pass. Here's the next one. Single digit on the 9. Okay, so for the next
rolls
one
look
here.
very familiar.
Yeah.
Those rolls look very Maui, Gibraltar rolls.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I got a 9 out of 50. And I'm using 3 magnet rolls for this last one here, which is going to be my Nano Cradle 7 Potentia. I'll take a Fires and Flames for 96, 98. That's available.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's the it's better than, I'll do the 68 next. 48's a pass with the magnet. It'll give me a +10 for the 96, I assume, for the 72, because it's still a failure. That'll be 4. Needs to roll better. Needs to roll better. That's pretty good. Needs to roll better. Okay, so that's all 3 passes with the magnet. And now for my last one. Okay, this is gonna be
Give you only 1 Fire and Flames left.
Yep, no, that's fine. This is gonna be 10 Potentia rolls for the external to put them into the Nano Cradle for, and then the influence roll for it after that. And that's when the influence rolls, when I'm going to use
the resonance they're going to give you, since you're using 4 influence or 4 inspiration, correct?
Yes.
Well, there's 4 in the. You're going to get another +40 because it's 4 and 4, and they're giving you resonance, so you'll give you another +40.
Okay. These are just for the external potential. If I get an additional 1 for passing, and I get an additional 1 after that for single digits. So I pass 1, 2. This is just for external.
Okay, this is just for external. Then Go ahead and calculate that.
Yep, I get an extra 2, 1, 2, 1. Excellent. That's a little more than I was expecting. And now the influence roll. All right. Okay. All right. All right, Jackie. This is your moment. This is going to be a +90 total, and submit. 74.
Okay.
This is with magnets.
You can pick an improvement size or a quality increase to the cradle.
Size or quality increase?
Yep, because you will succeed. Absolutely, you will succeed in improving your cradle. And there's only so much upgrades that the cradle can handle. It actually is almost linked directly to your physical tolerance for that type of change.
This is currently my 5th external improvements into. This one was supposed to be a natural strength and a natural agility.
This is targeting directly the cradle.
How do you want to do it, Matt? We can go through our potentia increases, because I'm currently on the 4th one, 5th one, 6th one, 7th one. So I have 4 upgrades with the nano cradle itself, like putting stuff like potentia directly infused internal. But
Okay,
the
so
last one I just did.
The last one will not count towards the tree. That is going to be a free upgrade because of the inspiration used.
Okay. And then, yeah.
It's going to be separate from the other potentia upgrades. It's actually not potentia. It's a design upgrade.
Okay.
It's that phenomenon that happens when you reach a specific cultivation level.
Right.
And the body just changes.
I'll take a quality increase then.
Okay. Well, have you done any? Of course, we need to get through the potentia because that was the last that's the last thing that will happen.
Yeah.
Let's get through the potentia first.
Okay.
Before we get to the quality,
so let's go for the 4th one then, for the internal. So what we've been doing so far is overdrive, pretty much gray gooing surroundings. The second one gave us a +10 to tech use and +1 meter if it's faster. Third one is denser components, +1 meter. What's the 4th one going to be?
Physical upgrades. Pick 2 physical stats.
Mm-hmm.
Add a +10 and an unnatural.
Okay, we're going to pick strength and toughness. So
+10?
+10, and is this just a bonus, or is this an actual +10 to the characteristic?
It's a +10 to the characteristic permanently. Like
+10,
and then you get an unnatural attached.
And it's toughness. Okay.
You are much stronger and much tougher.
That was the 4th internal potentia. Here is the 5th internal potentia. What would you like to do for that one?
The 5th one? You get to design a new redundancy component in case of the worst. It's a new organ, but it's meant for redundancy of a specific module of your choice, or another organ, or a specific function. So if it fails, the redundancy kicks in and saves it. The redundancy then goes into dormancy because it basically sacrificed itself and has to spend time to repair. But it immediately restores whatever just failed.
What about the brain box?
Brain box, absolutely. In case something happens to IC or IQ, sorry.
Yep.
This redundancy organ will sacrifice itself to save IQ in case of absolute critical failure.
Okay.
If something else fails, the redundancy model can restore it to half function, but it's particularly designed towards IQ, but it has a little bit of utility for the rest. It'll restore anything back to up to half. And then, of course, your other repair modules can kick in at that point.
All right. Number 6.
Your reservoir has gotten large enough. There is going to be potentia that will particularly attach to specific clusters of your choice. This is the very cusp of the beginning to build your inner mech.
Okay.
The outline of the frame.
Okay.
Yeah. So for now, what it does is it gives you, if you want, you can hit somebody with magnitude damage.
All right.
It gives you 2d20 fatigue to do so. at this stage, which could utterly knock you out and put you into unconscious.
Yeah, my current fatigue status is 25.
Well, you're actually really well suited. But
Yeah.
when you go to hit somebody, you can put a fat 0 on the AD and the damage.
Yep.
And double the dice too, or double the rollable dice. You double the flat damage, and you double the.
Okay. Yeah, it's times
EAD.
2 pretty much. Yep.
Yeah. So it's nasty, but there's a huge price because your intermechs, you have the outline of the idea of the frame, not even the substance of it.
Okay.
But you can punch a motherfucker into paste. You can put a hole through a light mech. Or cut, actually, a light mech's leg off with chop if you use your special axe.
Mm-hmm.
Which is ridiculous. And that's why people absolutely fear the base commander. Because the base commander can do magnitude damage to people on the regular as standard. And technically, the base commander is actually just a mech in human form.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a problem for anyone who wants to try to go toe-to-toe. And the fact that Ezekiel can go toe-to-toe with the base commander at any point is a little telling about how strong he is. And how tough he is. Because if he's receiving magnitude damage on every hit, that's a ludicrous amount of defense.
Yep.
But you also have both of them as your master, which is ridiculous.
I know. Excellent.
Yeah.
The 7th one, I've put 3 magnet rolls into it. Passed all of them for potential rolls.
Okay, for the 7th one,
this is 7 out of 10.
Do you want this to go towards the cradle, or do you want this to go for the intermech?
This was directed at the cradle.
Okay.
So I guess it's going to have to go towards the cradle.
Okay. Well, fortunately, the cradle will now, since it's a quality increase, will now be able to, over time, produce the nanites specifically meant for your intermech. It will take time, and it will not be ready before the battle that's upcoming. But every week, you will get one cluster specifically converted and devoted to your intermech. You'll need clusters equal to the tonnage of your desired frame. So if you're looking for a medium, look into the medium bracket. Pick a tonnage you're looking for, and that's how many clusters you need.
Okay.
Fortunately, you have an interdimensional space, which is plenty of space.
Yeah, it's like it's
once
15...
your frame is complete.
Yep.
To use tonnage attacks, it's only a 1d10 fatigue. And for you, that's kind of nothing.
Yep. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So how much you're looking for a medium?
I think I'm going to go for a medium. I think I'll get the Sarah Steel thing.
Well, here's the thing. You don't need a frame. It'll build your own frame using foreign material.
Well, I'm using the Sarah Steel frame as my material. That's what I wanted to use it for.
Sarah Steel will be very hard to take apart with nano, period. It would need a special cluster, a special devouring cluster, which is very nasty to deal with. Your master doesn't use an internal skeleton. Sure, when they were figuring it out, they used a supplement, but they used endosteel because it was light.
At the first, yeah.
It was first, but then they discarded it once they got the appropriate amount designated for it.
So I thought I thought she had Sarah Steel skeleton.
She, as a person, does.
Yeah, okay, but not her frame
She went
itself.
to the forge, and she had a human skeleton built.
Right. I
For-
got
at
you.
a serious
I see the difference of what you're saying now. Yeah.
and that's just for her to survive. The mech, you can absolutely, but Harry Steel is not very flexible. It has enough flex that it is entirely usable, but putting it into a dimensional space is
Yep, that's fair.
very power cost. It requires a lot of power to hold it in there at all times. So you're going to need an internal reactor to do that. Nothing wrong with it. It's just it's costly.
Okay. Now for the 10 potentia external into the cradle itself. That was with 6 degrees. It's too bad. So is this going to be the +1 unnatural to strength and agility?
You already did strength, so pick something other than strength.
Okay.
You can get agility because you already picked toughness and strength. Now you got to pick agility and something else.
Okay.
You can do weapon skill.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Pick weapon skill. Agility, toughness, strength.
Weapon skill with your agility bonus allows you to do full or complex actions as a half action for melee attacks.
Okay, sweet.
So if you do a lightning attack, it's a half action. So and because of your massive bonus, you know your stamina goes up, obviously.
Yeah,
your
my
toughness
stamina went up with the toughness bonus increase. Oh, that's very nice.
The natural also gives it an additional boost.
So 8. So, for context, Matt, my key pool has changed now. I have 12 toughness bonus currently because of the unnatural.
Yep.
And my pool for key is 12 plus 5 plus 5. That's going to be 22. So 12 plus 5 plus 22 is going to be 37. Wait, 22.
Giant piles of math! Wow!
37. I've reached my power core increase as well. Yay me.
Yay you.
We'll talk about that after we deal with the quality increase of this the cradle. Okay.
The nanos have more utility. They have, because of the wood element and because of the machine element, they have an incredible repair efficiency. This also can be applied to other people. So if somebody has recently taken damage or even died within the last 10 minutes, as long as their head is not utterly crushed, you can give them direct health by just slapping a hand on them, and
giving
each
them
nano cluster you give them gives them 1d10 HP.
Oh, 1d10. Sweet.
1d10. That's the quality upgrade.
Yeah.
If you give them health that gets them out of critical, it revives them back to being alive. They will have a permanent disability. Like if you're dead and are resurrected through this, there's something permanent on their character sheet that cannot be undone. That is damage. Permanent effect. But they're alive as long as you've done it within the last 10 minutes because of brain death issue. And the nanos are good enough that they can restore some of the brain damage. But anything after 10 minutes, it's true brain death.
Right.
Nanos, your particular ones, if you upgrade them again and again, as long as the brain has not rotted, you can bring them back. Because you can literally resuscitate the tissue, even brain tissue, even if it's completely died. But that's future upgrades in store for you.
Well, I only have 3 more upgrades in the nanopath for internal, and I don't know how many I have for external. I'm guessing
this
up to my toughness
is
bonus.
Not just applied to people. You can do this to plants and animals.
Right.
You can do this to any living tissue,
Okay.
including resuscitating preserved samples.
Right.
So if you have a sample you're really concerned about that's, degrading in value, you can give it a cluster and it restores it with a 1d10.
Okay.
There's that wood element coming in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Perfect. Last thing, Matt, and it's been a while since we talked about the key power core stuff. The first one was nano empowerment. That gave me the double action economy. Second one was the key pool, which is 22 meters squared is my current internal storage capacity. Okay, 3, because I now have a 37 in my pool.
Mm-hmm.
What is
the third key upgrade?
Yeah, it's the protocol. It's the nano protocol.
Did we already describe what it was, or
No, I wasn't expecting to get to the next one so soon either.
Dead Man's Protocol. The nanos that are currently in your body,
Mm-hmm.
you can sacrifice a portion of it to basically do a ninjutsu shit. You basically put a amount of nano to take the blow for you that's in the shape of you, and you step back or step out of the way.
Okay.
That would have been you, and it technically is all you, but it's dead.
It's a sacrificial step aside.
Yes. This can be used to take any blow that the nanos could absorb logically,
right,
and numerically.
Right.
It also can be used in lieu of unavoidable attacks.
Okay. How much is the sacrifice?
It's equal to the amount of nano that counts as you right now. So the amount of nano that is you is determined by
wounds.
Your toughness bonus plus any unnatural toughness in clusters and your health. So
okay.
Wounds.
Okay. Yeah. I can do that. Yeah, for sure.
So every time your toughness goes up, so does the amount of nanoclusters your host body can have.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to the wounds, because the wounds also go up because it's your toughness bonus. Every 5 toughness you get plus 1 wound. So
correct.
It double dips a little bit. So you should have a lot of HP and a hell of a lot of toughness.
Yes.
But to use Dead Man's, the more health you have and the more toughness you have, the higher the cost of Dead Man's Protocol.
And that's completely fair, but that's the whole point of the internal storage to, bring that back out.
Absolutely. So. And you have a very powerful forge, and your forge can feast off of other nanos and just do a direct infusion.
Yep. My last question I have for you, Matt, because that will be all my downtime actions for the day. When we added the unnatural strength and natural toughness, is there anything attached to these, like the agility and weapon skill, or is it It's just an unnatural without anything. Like,
It'll just be an unnatural.
Okay, that's completely fine.
Dead Man's technique or Dead Man's protocol can be used in case of an incursion of a corruptive nature. So if your skin, your outer layer goes complete phazon,
Right.
or some horrible instance that is happening to you, you can literally just go sklorp out of your husk and sacrifice all of that, and then literally jump your consciousness with IQ to a body made from the reservoir. It's just like, sorry, nope, that's dead. But I'm over here now. So it can be used as a reaction or a free action, depending on if it's your turn or not your turn. It's very powerful, but because of how dense you are with clusters, it's very
Hey, at least
expensive.
there's a cost, right? It's not super simple like step aside. There's actually something you have to do. That's good. That's good.
It's more powerful than step aside because it saves you from death or a situation that you just are like,
Yeah, and it's
get me out.
it's equal to the amount of nano I have compared to just a set number. Is that correct?
It's entirely equals the amount of your current body's nano, not your reservoir's number, but the how many nano
how much
your
my physical
main body
body is. Yeah, I get that for sure. No,
So if you don't have enough reservoir nano to match your physical body nano, you can't use it. Or whatever comes out is just a gimped version of you.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well,
Yes.
fuck yeah.
So far, it's been a pretty good session.
Yeah,
Looks
no,
like we can only seem to clear 2 days worth every session. I'm
but
hoping
that's
to get
that's
that much
progress.
faster. But,
I mean, I think Yeah, no, we cleared 2 days this session.
2.5, technically.
2.5, technically, yes.
We just need to get Nick's finished up. But I think he shouldn't have any issues.
Yep.
We got some crazy progress with Cody. Love that one. That was tasty.
Yeah. Cody's gonna be gone for like an entire day, maybe 2.
Might be a little sad that you're gonna abandon me, but it's fine. I see how it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe you've done this.
I know. Oh, but look, I have to do it for the base.
Let's just hope it's not IQ that pops in for tomorrow. Should be sad.
That's fair.
Gotta have my Cody time.
No. Cody has to go take Ashley and the rest of the crew
I
to
know.
go install parts into ships and transport them here to be able to protect Jackie. Did I gain influence off that?
Fuck, I hope so.
Or no, I'll probably gain influence once the fleet arrives. I don't know, right? Because everyone's sitting at like 40 and 50 influence, and I'm like, no, so far ahead of me.
I was really low until we cracked Sector 12, so.
And then Sunday, I'm going to be going, and let me edit that actually. Honestly, I'm probably going to take 2 days voting to bring the fleet back.
Yeah, just devote those 2 days downtime actions for sure.
That's pretty good. I really like all your characters, and now you guys are really starting to come together and really lean on each other and really set each other up for really cool opportunities.
So it's gonna increase again. How much though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're now seeing the power of the nano form, the
Mhm.
nanobody. It's especially with the servant's dilemma and the wood element, it really ties it all together with some really powerful synchronicity. But I mean, you spent 160 freaking
Yep.
on it, so yeah. I plan to give you guys like 50 at the end of the week.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
But I need to get us to the end of the first week so I can get things happening.
Almost there.
50 EXP or
50 merit.
Currently sitting at 24. Oh,
Cody is getting strong.
hell yeah.
Cody has 47 strength.
Woo, baby. Get out there, Cody.
Check
Yeah.
it. Oh, flex.
And
Ashley
48
noticed. Ashley
toughness.
very much
Yeah,
notices.
I know.
Your girl is wild, Cody.
She is. I
She
love her.
is. She is a wild spirit and completely unpredictable. You guys will never have a normal, mundane, platonic relationship. It'll always be interesting in some fashion.
And I like that.
Okay. Gonna end the session here.